Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Goleta City Council of August the 19th, 2025. Good to see you all here. If you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, City Council.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Here.
Mayor Perotti.
I'm here. Okay. So, do we need to need to have a report? And do we need to have a report from the last couple meetings, or no?
Mayor, I would note just for purposes of tonight's agenda that we do not have a report from either the July 28th special meeting, and there is no reportable action either from this evening's closed session.
Thank you for that. Okay, all right. So, I'd like to bring our, introduce our Spanish interpreters, if they might come up to the podium.
Good afternoon to you all. I have a brief announcement regarding interpretation from English into Spanish. I'm going to say this first in Spanish and then in English. Si ustedes escuchar esta sesión del Consejo en español, tenemos algunos dispositivos listos para ustedes. Solo lo único que tienen que hacer es levantar la mano para que les podamos pasar uno a su lugar. Just to let you know that we have some devices ready for you if you want to listen to this meeting in Spanish. We have these devices for you to be able to do so. The only thing that you have to do is to raise your hand and it will be there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we had the report. Public forum. Anybody that wishes to speak to anything that's not on our agenda but pertinent to this jurisdiction, this is your time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have received 4 speaker slips, and as a reminder to those on Zoom, if any attendees wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call upon you. Speaking first, I have Andrew Scherer, followed by Ken Pally, followed by Ken Knight.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Perotti, council members. My name is Andrew Scheer. I am a UCSB student and co-founder of KeyStep. We are a nonprofit building our foundation around financial literacy and stronger pipelines for first generation and under-resourced community members. We focus on step-ready individuals, people close to financial stability who need that last layer of support. This fall, we're launching a pilot financial literacy program workshop at UCSB. We've connected with Career Services there, the EOP department as well, and the Promise Scholars, so we've gotten a lot of traction there. So I'm pleased to report that. And having access as a student, it gives us a chance to gain a lot of experience there and then extend it into the Goleta community. Our vision is a 3-part annual series we can scale UC-wide and adapt locally for step-ready individuals and families across the region. In preparing for this program, we partnered with C5 LA, a nonprofit serving first-generation students and families, high schoolers down in LA. We asked motivated incoming high school seniors what they wanted from financial education, and the response was overwhelming. Most expected financial literacy to be part of their college experience, and nearly all said they would eagerly participate if it were offered. That shows both the demand and that these are the kinds of tools young people trust to prepare for financial independence. And being a returning student and being engaged with these students, I can tell you through the system that there is definitely a need for this programming. I want to recognize Councilmember Smith's leadership at the Legal Aid Foundation and her emphasis on accessibility of essential services. This Access First model guides us programming that meets people where they are, uses plain, relatable language, and bridges UCSB and Goleta. I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Kiriako as a chair of Communify. You have led with a model of listening carefully to under-resourced residents and empowering them through practical support. That approach inspired core principles for us like listen, educate, and lead. And we too want to meet individuals where they are and equip them with what they need. As we launch this pilot, I invite the council to consider sponsoring or contributing to its growth through promotion, providing space, or connecting us with community partners. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Speaking next, Ken Pally, followed by Ken Knight, followed by Bob Loomis.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Ken Pally. I'm speaking here on the issue of the Berkeley tree removal. I am actually not a resident of the city of Goleta. I live in Nolita, but most of my business takes place in the city of Goleta. I ride my bike to the Kellogg and Berkeley courts on a regular basis to play either pickleball or tennis, to head for the, well, it used to be the library, but now it's over here, my bank, Trader Joe's, etc. And riding along Berkeley with all those trees, I am so jealous. Because our trees where I live were cut down when I first moved there. They were a different kind of tree, and they were tearing up the sidewalk. And so I'm aware of the problem that trees can create. And I do sympathize with both sides of the party, the city's staff that is responsible for this. There are some trees that need to come down. So really, my plea is, number one, remember the old carpenter's dictum. Measure thrice, cut once. Rethink the trees that have not yet been cut down. It's quite possible that the arborist's opinion was a little bit overly cautious, and some of those trees could yet be saved. So that's number one. In other words, if possible, cut down fewer than were originally planned. And my request number two is please start planning and budgeting for a robust tree replacement program. Not some 3-foot sapling, but the biggest tree that they can safely transplant and that the city of Goleta can afford. And on that note, I trust that you'll use your combined wisdom to take the right course of action, and I wish you a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Speaking next, Ken Knight, followed by Bob Loomis, followed by Jeff Kuiper.
Good evening. As you can see from the letter I sent you, despite being a member of the Public Tree Advisory Commission, or PTAC as it's known, I was surprised by the tree removal actions in the Kellogg neighborhood that the staff is taking. I'm not speaking here as a member of PTAC, but as a highly trained and experienced arborist, registered consulting arborist. Staff normally does a good job, but they don't know everything. And since the city eliminated the city arborist position years ago, the city staff now hires private arborists to provide them with recommendations on tree risk. Looking at the analysis done by the biologists hired by the city for this project, in my opinion, their conclusions to remove the trees due to defects wouldn't hold up in a court case. What the consultants should have been addressing is whether the trees are at high risk of whole tree failure. The rationale for the consultants' recommendations in this project, if applied more broadly, would mean that most trees in this city would have to be removed because of a defect. The consultants who conducted this analysis do not appear to have justified how tree defects relate to tree risk. Also, I'm concerned that the definition of safety has been too loosely applied by staff, resulting in a lack of PTAC review. When staff declares an emergency, PTAC doesn't get to review the project. Reviewing tree removals is one of the 3 limited areas where the PTAC is supposed to advise the staff and council. PTAC can help review the substantial practical research that exists on how to deal with tree and pavement conflicts with the aim of preserving trees in pavement projects. In my letter to you, I gave you an example of how to use bump outs to deal with curb issues. There are many more options to consider. For this project, I recommend the city stop the tree removals. Hire an experienced tree risk assessment qualified arborist to conduct a level 3, that's the highest level, analysis, and request the risk arborist provide recommendations on how to modify the pavement project to retain trees that are not rated as high risk. Now, I recognize that there are many residents who don't like these trees because of the sticky balls that they drop. If the trees stay, it should be incumbent upon the residents who do want the trees to initiate and participate in regular cleanup of the areas around the trees. These trees are about 62 years old, and they were probably planted by the developer of the residential project back in 1963. Replacing a mature tree with a new tree is not an equivalent process. It will take another generation for those new trees to grow, and this is a real continuing loss of tree benefits to the current neighborhood residents. Please let the PTAC help you in preserving Goleta's tree canopy according to your adopted urban forest management plan. We need to bring that same investment in preserving our trees that City made at the Monarch Grove site to the rest of the city of Goleta and to the Kellogg neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking next, Bob Loomis, followed by Jeff Kuiper, followed by Ed Grubb.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. You'll forgive me, I'm not a public speaker, so this is always hard for me. My name is Bob Loomis. I live on Devon Place, which is 1 block away from Berkeley, and I've lived there for 40 years. And I've watched what used to be an urban forest of those trees be cut down continuously until there's very few islands of this left. And it's sad because we walk through that area every day, and the joy we get from walking through this canopy of shade and green, or in the fall, the red turning, just reminds us so much of where my wife and I came from, which was back east, and the changes of the season and all the other joys that come with that. Most of the areas that the trees have been removed, I've seen mostly healthy trees cut down. I assume that's because people don't like them, but it forms a community when you see this same growth everywhere that's just hard to match. It's one of the reasons we bought the house when we bought it, because you come in and it just felt like a community. You know, there was a unity to it that just added so much beauty and value, I thought, to the area that we stretched very hard to buy the house where we are. So I would ask that, once again, as he noted, please look at these trees to make sure they are really hazards. There are some you can see that have obvious damage, but most, they're fine, and I believe they will last longer than I will, certainly. And like I said, there's just such a shrinking oasis of these left. These are kind of a treasure that are disappearing. They used to be everywhere in that area. It used to be up Kellogg, all the way down Berkeley, all the surrounding streets, and now you go there, and mostly what you see is concrete fillers or shrubs or something. It's lost that unity. So please, if there's any chance to save these, I beg of you to consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaking next, Jeff Kuiper, followed by Ed Grubb, followed by Kalia Rourke.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Jeff Kuiper. I'm here to introduce you to a new organization called Save Goleta Trees. Right now, we're just an informal bunch of neighbors, and we all share a common concern over the removal of 17 trees in our Kellogg neighborhood. We've been working diligently over the past 3 weeks, as some of you know, to protect these trees. And before I jump in here, let me just underscore how much everyone in the neighborhood appreciates the work currently underway to repair our streets and sidewalks. Anyone, and I say anyone who has driven Berkeley Road between Kellogg School and Fairview Avenue knows how much this area needs a fresh layer of pavement. However, many of us, at least a couple dozen at last count, are equally as concerned about the loss of these stately giants. They define our neighborhood, they give it character, they boost our property values, they provide us with shade and bird habitat. Many of them have been standing for more than a half century. These trees are important in so many ways, and it really, truly saddens us when they need to be taken down. It's a loss for the neighborhood, it's a loss for the city, but it's particularly troubling when so many of them are taken down at once with very little public notice or community engagement. So we as neighbors have joined together to try to save as many of these trees as we can. We acknowledge that some of them will indeed have to come down, some of them already have, and reluctantly so, because the city's contractor has removed many of the roots and made the trees unstable. It didn't have to be this way, but that's how things unfolded. Other of these trees remain perfectly healthy and will stick around for many years, maybe even decades. if we allow them to stay standing. So a few points I'd like to make here in my remaining minute. We've identified at least 3 to 4 trees that we strongly feel should remain. We've hired an independent arborist who's confirmed that these trees are healthy. They have minimal sidewalk and pavement intrusion issues. We're hopeful that Public Works will continue to examine design changes that will allow those trees to stay. And we ask and we challenge Public Works and the contractor's arborist to examine unique ways to protect some of the other trees that are slated for removal. With so much at stake, getting a second opinion is a good thing. Let's not sell our trees short. For weeks, we've been asking the city to develop a replanting plan with input from neighbors. It seems like things are maybe moving in that direction now, so we're thankful for that. And we are particularly thankful of Councilmember Reyes-Martin for your advocacy on this issue, so thank you. Over the past few weeks, we picked up on some ideas that will improve how we can better manage urban forests in our city, no matter what neighborhood we're in. There have been frustrations, I think it's fair to say, on both sides, and in the weeks and months ahead, we look forward to sharing our thoughts with you, with Public Works, and with the community as we move forward. In closing, we look forward to continuing this conversation with you, with staff. For now, folks can learn more about our group, SaveGalitaTrees.org. We appreciate your efforts to protect our urban forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaking next, Ed Grubb, followed by Dahlia Rabolo, followed by Kalia Rourke.
I'm a novice at speaking. Ed Grubb, in November, we bought our house in the middle of the trees on Berkeley Road, my wife and I, and we were impressed by the trees and the lack of trees on other parts of the road. We talked to the arborist out there about a week ago, and he was looking at them, and he told us that some of them were dying and some of them were unsafe. We looked at a couple of them, and he couldn't really point out the deficiencies in them. So my suggestion would be to take a second look and maybe trim the ones that look like they're in peril and leave the other ones, and there might be some compromise here. I can't say much more than everybody that preceded me, so thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Dahlia Rabolo, followed by Kalia Rourke, followed by Janice Graybill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dahlia Rebollo, and I live in 5692 Berkeley Road. Already the street looks very different since the trees were taken. Some trees were taken. It does not look the same. The argument of the arborist is that the trees are dying. The trees now are healthy and strong. You do not kill a teenager or a kid that has terminal cancer because anyway will die. So I see the trees in the same way. All of them are living beings. And all the living beings that we have been helping us together since many years ago, since we exist, the trees has been our companions. They are source of cures of many of our diseases. So I respect much the trees. This could sound a little bit poetic, no? It could sound like a little bit a dreamer or a childish posture, but if it's not enough for you, is that if you take the trees, we are taking our joy, us, to see the trees every day. One thing that is very important for us and makes lighter our day is that we arrive to our houses, or we leave from our houses and we see the beauty of the trees. And other thing is that my husband and I bought a a house this last November. And one of the main things that motivated all us to buy the house were the beautiful trees. So thank you for your attention, and hopefully you could help us to find a way to keep our trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speaking next, Kalia Rourke, followed by Janice Graybill.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Brody and council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for your service. I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Reyes Martin and the Public Works Director for responding to my emails and working with all of us on the issue. And I am here because I love Galida's trees too. I am deeply concerned about the removals on Berkeley Road. I live on the corner of Berkeley and Kellogg. I understand that infrastructure and safety matter, but so does preserving our mature tree canopy. We can do both. I have two simple and reasonable requests. First, bring in a truly independent arborist, not tied to the current project, to conduct a level 3 advanced tree risk assessment, as Mr. Knight requested in his comments, and not just a visual pass. Multiple neighbors, including me, directly heard the current arborist, who I believe is a sub of a sub, say, quote, "I wish I could take down even more trees," and then looked right at me and proudly said, when you guys asked him to do a level 2 assessment, he said, "The city is wasting money. My decisions will not change." And other people heard that as well. That is not impartial. Tonight, a credentialed arborist also stated that the current findings would not hold up in a court of law. That should give us all pause. Multiple people also commented that it would ruin property values. I am a realtor for 24 years, and I agree with that. Second, preserve as many healthy trees as possible through a phased plan. Remove only truly compromised trees now. Replant immediately with at least 24-inch box trees, and phase any additional removals over 20 or 30 years so we maintain shade, habitat, and neighborhood character. I want to quickly address the sewer and water line concerns that have come up. Roots exploit cracks and joints in old cast iron or Orangeburg laterals. They do not penetrate intact PVC, forget the other one, but plastic or copper lines. I have seen over 200 inside sewer lines in my career, and I see the same thing over and over from the sewer lateral inspections, that root intrusion. You have to replace the pipe, not tree removal. A shrub, bougainvillea are known for getting in old sewer lines. The tree across the street could be affecting the sewer line. If you cut down that tree, it's not gonna keep roots from going in an old broken sewer line. I got a photo of a hollow stump from our Public Works Director. That cavity does not equal imminent failure. Many species, including liquid amber, live for years with interior decay if the outer shell is sound. The question of is structural integrity, structural integrity, which is what that level 3 assessment will help us figure out. On a personal note, I have 2 huge liquid amber trees in front of my home. They drop those spiky balls and I clean them up and I love them. That's part of responsible tree stewardship, and I do that gladly because the shade, the beauty, the habitat these trees provide are irreplaceable. I want to voice my agreement with the other points made tonight. The community is aligned. We want safe streets and we want to keep our trees. And I love Goleta, I love living here, and I love that we're known for sustainability and genuine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much. Appreciate your conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking next, Janice Graybill. Hi, Janice. If you could remember to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry for that. Okay. I appreciate your time in listening to me tonight and to all of my neighbors. We share the same opinion here. Again, I'm Janice Grable, and I'm speaking not just for myself, but for the generations of neighbors who've lived in the shade of these trees, and for those who would come after us. My tree, my liquid amber tree, was actually in the Ed Had article, that picture, and I can't even begin to express some of what the other neighbors have said, my heartbreak at the thought of, I wake up every day and there are hawks, there are crows, there are squirrels, there are raccoons, the shade of the tree, the colors through the seasons. Our entire neighborhood is like that. And again, you've already heard this story, but the beauty and the community that's brought by these trees rich with history would be impossible to replace. But to that end, I do have a neighbor who finally got her tree.
Sorry, it seems we lost Janice.
We lose her?
She dropped off the line, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that's too bad.
Madam Mayor, I don't have any other public speakers at this time.
Okay, could you let me know if she tries calling back?
Yes, of
Okay,
course.
thank you. Okay,
And Madam Mayor,
Please.
I can make a brief comment, and so can our Public Works Director, since there was 8 or 9 speakers on one topic. Obviously, it's not on the agenda. We can't get into a back and forth on it. I know you guys know that. But we can at least just give the status update, if that might be helpful for the council. And I see Nina. So I'll start, and then Nina can fill in the gaps. So my understanding of the numbers, I think it was originally 16 trees were slated for removal. 7 have been removed already, so that left 9 left. And then to the point that was made by a couple of the speakers, hey, take a step back, look at it again, ask the arborist to assess a second time, a third time. That was done. And what I understand now is they did agree that, with certain exception, measures, I suppose, 3 or 4 of those 9 could be saved. And so that would bring us down to 5 or 6. And at this point, unless we hear otherwise, those are slated, the removal is slated to start tomorrow on those. So I'll leave it to our Public Works Director. And again, we probably shouldn't get into too much of a back and forth unless the council were to direct us to take some action.
thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Public Works' primary goal is to protect the health and safety of our community by way of city infrastructure, and we take that to heart in every project that we do. So with the pavement project, the plan was to do pavement replacement, curb ramp replacement, and curb and gutter replacement, and all the trees were to be preserved. There was no plan to remove any trees with the pavement project. As the construction activity began, we hired an arborist to look at the trees to see the root structure and the structure of the tree as we continue through the construction work. The contractor didn't remove any roots at this point. They just removed the curb and gutter and saw cut, took away some asphalt so we could look at the roots. And as the arborist reviewed the trees, he stated that it was, they had underlying health issues, and it was a public health risk, safety risk. So we posted the trees for removal due to health and safety risks. But on the same track, we also reviewed each tree to look for potential design modifications. So 2 weeks ago, we looked at every tree on the project site and developed 2 different design modifications to protect 2 trees in place. And this morning, we went even further to look at more potential design changes that we could do and modifications. And of the 9 trees scheduled for removal after the evaluation, we can make some design modifications that will keep 3 trees intact and preserved. With these design modifications, we're also going to have to do construction monitoring. We're not going to be able to replace the sidewalk on the other side because that will completely compromise the root structure. And there will also be at least a 4-year monitoring plan to monitor these trees to ensure their health and safety. I'd also like to add that staff is working on a replanting plan that will follow the urban forestry management plan, and that should be developed in the near future.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure, Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
and I know we can't get into a whole back and forth, but I did just want to ask if staff or Public Works would consider a different arborist to do an assessment. And the reason I ask is some of the public comment, particularly the comments about reporting comments that were said to them that's new information for me. And it's really disturbing. And I have no doubt that the arborist is qualified and has the experience. But my concern is that if the community has lost trust or credibility with that person, it's really difficult to come back from that or repair that. And we are, still looking at taking this additional step with, I'm glad that I'm hearing that some of those 9 will be preserved. But I'm thinking not just of these next couple of trees that we're talking about, but future things in the city. I hope that there will be a conversation with that individual about the report of those comments. And so I would just ask staff to really take that into consideration about whether in this moment of kind of taking a step back, it would be appropriate to have a different arborist look at this.
So we did think about that, and we had another arborist that had a greater depth of a resume, and she's track qualified, and so she came out today, and that's where we did more of the more in-depth assessments.
Can you remind us what track qualified means?
Tree risk assessment qualified.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I just want to thank everyone that came and spoke. We do love our trees here in Goleta, so thank you for that. And maybe at some point, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, because I actually thought we had a tree replacement program, but I would like to move forward, and if my colleagues would agree, that at some point come back with some kind of a program that we look at when we take out a tree, we replace the tree, and different programs on how we could do that and have the neighborhood involved in that as well. Yes.
I had a question for, I know we're not supposed to get into a back and forth, but I also have a question. I'm sorry, I just want to better understand kind of what happened, right? So we had an arborist, a qualified arborist, come out. They took a look, they made an assessment. We took certain actions based on the resume and the skills, the qualifications at arborist. And now I'm understanding that a different arborist was brought in to, I don't know if I would say it was a second opinion, but they also looked at it. And I'm just wondering, did we have to go out and do any actions to bring out a different company, or was this an arborist with the same company that we've been contracted with?
She's with the same company.
Okay.
And so we did a level 2 assessment.
Okay. So this is sort of like one person kind of checking someone else's work kind of in-house?
I wouldn't say she was checking that person's work. We actually went out and reviewed every tree one by one, and she looked at the root system of the tree itself.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can move on.
I do want to remind you, Madam Mayor, Janice Grable has returned to the line,
good.
and
Okay,
she did
good.
have her hand raised if you wish to return to public comment.
Please, go ahead.
And Mayor, just note, I think that's fine as public comment's still open, and she.
I didn't close it yet, so.
Correct, and I believe she had roughly 2 minutes left. Is that right, Mr. Norman? Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Janice. If you could kindly remember to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry that I got disconnected. It's been fascinating to listen to all of this, and I appreciate the time. Again, my neighbors have pretty much said everything I would say. I would, after hearing this information, like to just jump to the part where my next door neighbor did finally get a tree. Her tree between our two homes was removed years ago. Someone said 2 years. I think it was more like 5. And what it was replaced with was something along the lines of a skinny sapling. My neighbor is 90 years old, and she's out there trying to tie a broomstick to it so it doesn't break in the wind. And we don't have a lot of wind. So I would like to reiterate the concerns of those who mentioned putting in new trees and obviously some trees will need to be replaced whether we like it or not, but replacement is key. And in response to one of my letters, I was told that it was my responsibility, and this was from the Planning Commission, to buy a tree and put it in myself. So I would just like to let you know that that's not an appropriate action. It doesn't represent planning at all. My next door neighbor has ginkgo trees. The other neighbor has something else because they did plant trees. There's no cohesiveness in that, and they're baby trees. So thank you so much for your time and consideration. I can see that it means a lot to you as well as the rest of our community. I appreciate it. Please do consider not only an outside arborist. I really feel uncomfortable with using two from the same firm and calling that a second opinion. Also, the time and effort to put in full 25-gallon trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan?
Yeah, just an observation. I also, to the point you raised, I'm surprised we don't have a tree replacement policy. I thought we did also. And, we're not agendized, but I'm just kind of surprised.
Okay. All right, now I will close public comment forum. Oh, thank you. All right. So we will go on to amendments or adjustments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no amendments to the agenda tonight, but I do have a brief announcement under City Manager's report. We are scheduled to have on August 19th, it's August 19th today, I'm sorry, September 6th, our third coffee and community event. We have 4 a year. The third one's coming up. This is in District 4. So we're asking the public to please join us. All the community is welcome, but especially constituents of District 4. The Mayor, Paula Perotti, will be there, but that, of course, is Councilmember Kasdan's district, so the Mayor Pro Tem will be there as well. We'll have Goleta staff there, and the event is at Slow Dough Co. By Target, and it'll be from 9 to 11 on September 6th, so please join us for coffee, donuts, great conversations, and we'll continue to get the word out about this event coming up.
Thank you. Okay, so we have no amendments or adjustments, and you just gave a quick report, so now we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is item A1, acceptance of the June 2025 check register. Item A2, adoption of a zoning map ordinance amendment for property located at 6483, 6485, 6487, 6489 Cayo Real, case number 24-0007-ORD. Item A3, Measure A Project Cooperative Agreement, Cycle 6 funding. A4, award of professional services agreement to Kitchell/CEM Inc. for construction management, inspection, and testing services for the Goleta Community Center ADA Improvements Project, CIP number 9121. And item A5, agreement with Rincon Consultants for Shelby Project Environmental Review.
Thank you. Council wish to pull any item from consent? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any speakers?
Madam Mayor, I have not received any speaker slips, and if any attendees wish to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand and I will call upon you. Madam Mayor, I'm seeing none.
Okay. Then I need a motion to approve consent calendar.
So moved.
Second? Anybody?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
Mayor Perotti.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the ayes have it. Okay, so we have a presentation.
Yes, that is item B1, Housing Authority of Santa Barbara County presentation on current activities and projects.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bob Havlicek. I serve as Executive Director for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. The city manager and I got together several months ago, and I presented him some information about the Housing Authority. And so I have a brief presentation tonight and certainly will welcome questions. The purpose of this state of HASBARCO, as we like to call ourselves, is to give a sense of not only the properties that we have, but also the economic impact that we quietly have from federal sources of funds and the properties that we own and manage. So, along with some other information that's kind of helpful. Next slide, please. This gives our mission statement, and I won't read it verbatim, but I will tell you that we and my dedicated staff are very much aligned with making sure that we manage our properties and the programs that we are entrusted with the funds to serve the community in the best manner possible. I will also mention that some of my 150 plus staff members used to participate in some of these programs, and so they really have an empathy for the clients that we serve. This gives you the properties that we have in the Goleta area. Not all of them are in the city limits, but they are all here based on South County. And I know that many of you from the council are familiar with many of these, if not all of them. Okay, this slide here, just to give you a sense of the numbers, we serve approximately 665 people. Obviously, that number fluctuates from family composition. Our occupancy levels are always close to 99%. The only reason why they're not 100% is people leave and then we renovate the units and then get them ready and move someone else in. But those 357 households, really, roughly speaking, as you look at this slide, roughly a third of them are disabled, another third are seniors, and then finally another third are working families, just poor working families. Many of the folks that we serve are in the most extremely low income categories. The seniors are dependent on Social Security, and most of the units that they occupy, they only pay 30% of their income. So if you're only receiving, say, $1,000 a month from Social Security, they're paying $300 towards rent. And then we have project-based vouchers layered on all of those units, and that helps to contribute so that we can maintain those units properly. Next slide, okay. In terms of the wait list, in the Goleta area, South County area, we have over 1,100 names on the wait list. So there is an incredible demand for and a need for units, which is really what this slide is about. It's just important to note that no matter how much activity we do for developing new units, we cannot keep up with demand. Let's see if there's, and then we do maintain wait lists not only for the Housing Choice Voucher or Section 8 program, but we also maintain wait lists for each of our individual properties. Next slide, please. Housing retention is a really important goal of ours, and so we partner with a variety of service partnerships, which you see here. Dignity Health and Domestic Violence Solutions, FSA, Family Services Agency, and so on. We have a resident and supportive services group who works closely with our clients as well as with the housing management group to encourage good behavior, and we really do work on trying to preserve housing retention. And so with our internal staff as well as with our service partners, we've been pretty successful at keeping people housed. Next slide, please. This slide just gives you a sense. I know the council is very familiar with Buena Tierra, and I'm reminded, as executive director, I'm removed from the day-to-day operations, and it's all about developing new properties, and there's a lot of numbers and things, but really at the end of the day, we're trying to impact lives. And so Buena Tierra has really helped turn around and stabilize quite a few lives, and we are taking people off the streets or from encampments and giving them an opportunity to get services and stabilize. we have had some of our residents actually obtain employment, and so we're really excited about that. Next slide. I'm including a couple slides here. Sometimes there's a public perception that crime is concentrated in affordable housing projects, and I think this slide and maybe the next one gives some factual information that that's simply not true. Next slide, please. And this is just more detailed information, and I know this has been available on your website, so next slide, please. Just wanted to touch just briefly on some of the things that the Housing Authority does. We have robust security camera systems at most of our sites. We also have mobile security service, and we also follow what's called CPTED, which is Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. So what we try and do is create a safe environment for our residents, and as a result, they feel safe, and we see better interaction, and it helps our clients stabilize. And so oftentimes it's not our clients that are the biggest challenge, it's visitors that want to come in and disturb a peaceful setting. And so by following certain strategies, it helps us to maintain a very good environment. Next slide, please. So this slide mentions mobile security service, and that has been a really big help for us. What happens, particularly in the evenings, we have a security service that drives by randomly 4, 5, 6 times in a night, and they'll stop and interact with our residents. And if there's someone on our property that doesn't belong, they will engage them in a peaceful manner and ask them what they're doing there, and then ask them to leave if they're doing something that's inappropriate. And that has helped us because it keeps, obviously we're not engaging the sheriff or the police in wherever our properties are, and that's been highly effective for us. Next slide, please. The Housing Authority is entrusted with housing choice voucher funds, and just globally speaking, we have, I think it's $80 million a year that comes in for housing assistance payments for all of the units throughout the county. In the South County area, we have 84 landlords, 338 units, and there's $4.6 million that's paid annually. In addition to that, we also engage local businesses, and we spend another $140,000. And that's in addition to the staff that we have in this area. So we do bring dollars to each area that we serve as well. So it has a positive impact on the community. So we have 6 staff here in Goleta. We have a housing management office on 5575 Arminas, and we have a community center as well there. And we will be actively increasing staff here because we're involved in 5 new developments that are going to be starting within the next 6 to 9 months here in the South County. Several of them are within the city of Goleta, and then the balance are just outside of the city of Goleta, in Nolita. Just a little bit more about the way our operation works. We have a 24-hour on-call maintenance, and so all of our tenants have that number, and if there's something that is an emergency, they can call that number, and if their sink or toilet's leaking or something, or some electrical issue, there is a number that they can call, and we have on-call staff who will come out and service the property immediately. We also have a hotline so that our landlords and our tenants, if it's non-maintenance related, there's a separate phone number for that. And so we are focused on customer service because we want the folks that we serve, whether it's landlords or tenants, to have a good experience with us, and we want to stay in touch with them, and this is one way to do it. We used to have a lot of those services in-house, but we find that the activity kind of picks up at 10 in the morning and goes till about 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And so having that service, on-call service, has been really helpful for us. And then we have a very robust online service. So folks who are interested can go to our website, and they are able to apply with the portal that we have. And landlords can interact as well. So we happen to use Yardi System software, and they're headquartered here. We have a great relationship with them. And in fact, they actually contribute to our affiliate nonprofit, Surf Development, and they help us at Buena Tierra, actually. So we have a great partnership with them, and it's worked out really well. I think that's the end of the slides for, can you go to the next slide? For the Goleta area. I have one for the county of Santa Barbara, and I'm not sure if, maybe we can touch on that next slide for just a second. But before we go to that, I just want to mention, we have 5 new developments coming in, and 2 of them are Heritage Ridge. Heritage Ridge Senior, which is a 41-unit development, and Heritage Ridge Special Needs Family. I'm pleased to report that we applied for Home Key 4.0, or 4.0 plus, however you want to describe, and that was the linchpin that we needed in order to move forward with the project. So we're actively working with the California Housing Community Development Department, and we are probably, we're targeting sometime in November to complete the pre-financing to get to construction finance close. Our partner, Redtail, is actively working on providing us certified pads so that as soon as we get to construction finance close, our general contractor that we've selected, which is Ashwood Construction, we've worked with them on 7 or 8 other jobs, and they do an excellent job. They'll start immediately on the build out of that project. So we're really excited to move forward with those. Just to mention the 3 others that we're involved with, they're outside of the city of Goleta, but I think it's an honorable mention. Hollister Lofts is a property that's owned by the county. It's right next to Fire Station 13. That's a 35-unit development that will also serve homeless, and that we did get an award of 9% tax credits, and so our plan is to have that under construction by December. We'll have a different contractor build that out. And then the other 2, San Marcos Ranch, we've partnered with the Pacific Companies and another company called AMG, and that's a 236-unit development. And what's unique about that is half of the units will be at 80% area median income. So we're trying to chip away at the missing middle. And that's helpful for us because the Housing Authority recently pursued getting a bond rating, a rating, and through Standard & Poor's, and we received an A+ rating. And that will help us when we're issuing debt. We'll be able to get a lower interest rate because the lender won't be taking as much risk. And so we are actively looking at some financial models that will allow us to serve more of the missing middle. We'll continue our charter with serving homeless and low-income families and seniors, but we will also look at trying to help solve the missing middle piece of the puzzle. And anyway, the San Marcos Ranch property is 236 units. 118 of them are at 80% AMI, so that'll be very helpful. And then finally, we are working with another firm called Redtail on the Tatum property, which is the Santa Barbara School District property, and there's 106 units, and most of those will be dedicated to serving teachers or Santa Barbara School District employees, excuse me. And then there's 5 of them that will be designated for veterans, and the remainder, the priority will be for the school district employees. So, all right, so that kind of wraps up the South County area. I don't know if you have an interest in looking at the rest of it, but if not, we can, I'm happy to entertain questions.
Okay. First of all, I want to say, wow, you are really super busy. Thank you for all your hard work. And I'm sure council has questions. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan?
Yeah, I guess a couple of things. So first is one, just sort of trepidation. So I gather that much of your capacity to serve low-income people is based on the Section 8 vouchers. And I gather that is the landscape looking ahead is problematic.
It is. Sure, I can give you a little, actually, that was one of the things that inspired us to do the State of Hesbarco. Just a little inside baseball here. The administration, the federal administration, had recommended tremendous cuts to our program. And what's interesting is when you look at the composition of the folks in Congress, particularly the appropriators, and this is both sides of the aisle, when the administration provided their budget and their recommendations, it was a non-starter when it got to Congress, because if you were to cut our program, our Housing Choice Voucher Program funding, we would literally be putting people out in the street. And so, and that was a non-starter for the congressional folks. And so the appropriators for both the House and the Senate have been very reasonable with the funding. What's happened to our program is we have, roughly speaking, about 4,000 vouchers to serve countywide. I should mention that the City Housing Authority, the City of Santa Barbara, has their own housing authority. Rob Fredericks is my counterpart there. Many of you know him. And so we are only able to serve, the funding that we're receiving now is only able to provide 92% funding for 92% of those vouchers. Because what's happening over time, and this has been consistent over several decades, rents are going higher than CPI. And so if you give us a 4% increase in funding, but rents are going up at 5%, something has to give. And over time, what happens is, as people leave the program, we're not issuing new vouchers to replace them because there is not enough funding to replace those vouchers. So that's why our utilization is at only 92%. We think that's going to continue moving forward in the future.
That you won't, so you have to have a financial commitment beyond what's in the vouchers. Is that
Yes,
some
and-
kind of matching
Right.
requirement?
And so actually what's happening, we are in what's called shortfall funding right now. So even those 92% of the utilization of the vouchers, we're at almost 105% utilization of the funds. So in other words, when you're in shortfall, the federal government has to find a way to give you more money to make you whole so that we don't have to let anybody go who currently has assistance. And so mechanically speaking, we've been in shortfall before, and HUD has found a way to provide the funding to get us out of shortfall. And then they require that we don't issue any new vouchers except under very specific circumstances.
And is that what the 140,000 that you referred to is for? It's that your portion or is it something else?
That's something else. The 140,000 is just money that we spend at local vendors for things that we need for our
like
property.
lamps and,
yes, and furniture or
okay.
whatever, equipment and so on. Mhm.
Okay, so you have an additional, in addition to the federal grants and vouchers, you have an additional requirement for funding to.
Right, exactly. And so like when we do new developments as well, these developments are literally millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. And that is funded through either the tax credit program or home key funding or whatever. So it does bring a lot of jobs and a lot of funding to the area.
So with all of the sort of homeless that are out there and the numbers have not gotten better, it sounds like the voucher program isn't going to be the route by which we're going to be able to really make big changes, that we're going to have to come up with some other avenues by which to house some of those people as well as the others who maybe not are homeless but are at the edge.
That's right. I do not see, what happens to us is every once in a while we have an opportunity to apply for additional vouchers, but they're specialty vouchers. For example, the veterans. Every year or every other year, HUD will issue a notice and say, we're going to have some vouchers available. And so we go after those. And so we work with the VA to get a letter of recommendation in order for us to be able to apply for additional funds. But we don't expect to see an expansion anytime soon in the Housing Choice Voucher Program. I just don't see it.
And one last question. Are there sort of, what do you look for when you're looking to serve the low-income clientele, the homeless, the impoverished? Is it single-family housing? Is it two-bedroom apartments? Is it studio apartments? What is it that is where there's the demand, there's a need?
No matter what category we have, it's not, I wouldn't say it's an unlimited demand, but we own and manage, I'll answer it this way. We have over 1,800 units currently throughout the county that we own and manage. We have more than 9,000 non-duplicative names for those units, as well as the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So no matter what category you talk about, whether it's veterans or seniors or whatever, we have an unlimited demand. And so what we look for, particularly for new developments, we look for opportunities to partner for developers who are developing for-profit units, market rate units, but have a requirement to serve, to serve at 20% of those have to be affordable units. Oftentimes those market rate developers are not interested in developing affordable housing, and so they'll partner with us and we'll get land at a drastically reduced cost, and that enables us to help put a financial model together in order to make it work.
I guess if I could follow up in the future with you, I'd love to get a mix of that, of the people who you have out there that, you are needing places and so forth, affordable housing. What percent of those are families? What percent are single individuals? In order to get a better sense of what the needs are for us and, the community. Is it studio apartments are really all we need? Whatever it might be. I'd like to get a sense of that inventory in the future.
Okay, we can analyze our wait list and provide you some information. Happy to do that.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, thank you. Going along those lines, we've previously received a presentation about the master plan on aging, and I didn't know what planning processes your agency has gone through in terms of thinking about increasing numbers of seniors and their need for housing. Is that something that's high level planning happening and going on?
We actually, in the early stages, we work with a consultant who is part of that master planning process. I was actually invited to it, but frankly, I haven't had the time to commit to it. But we will continue to look for opportunities to serve seniors. We're actually involved in something that I can't even share related to seniors that we're very much interested in. So I'm a senior myself, so it's near and dear to me. So it is just one of the many categories that we are interested in pursuing, actually.
Thank you. I think we're all government entities, various agencies. I think everybody's wrapping our heads around that planning process. So you're certainly not alone. One other question I had was, I think there's been a general awareness of the sort of deficiencies that currently exist in our mental health systems. Although there's been some improvements, there's still a long way to go. And, we know at times that has put pressure on law enforcement. But I've also heard it's put pressure on housing providers. And I guess I was wondering if in some of, I know you listed some of your partners, but if that's something that's been identified as a need in terms of, supports for any of your residents or other creative partnerships happening there to support people's psychiatric well-being.
Councilmember Smith, that is a great question, and we could probably talk for hours, but I'm gonna leave you with this. We have what I'll describe as a hybrid model. And what I mean by that is we not only have all of the service providers that were mentioned on that slide, but we also hired a director of resident and supportive services. And so the resident services side provides sort of basic life skills and that side of it. And then the supportive services it's much more intensive, wraparound services. What we have found is all of our service partners are great to work with, but they're not all equal. And sometimes we have greater demands at one property versus another. And so we have found a need we've supplemented those services from the outside with a competent staff internally. And so what happens is, if there is a specific need at a property and it's not necessarily being fully met by that service provider, we will supplement it with our own competent staff, and then we will engage that service provider on a higher level because we have technical staff who know how to engage our service providers to enhance the services that our residents need. And so that's how we've coped with the gap in services.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Just a high level overview. I agree. It could be all of these areas could be subject for in-depth discussion. And then one final question. Certainly across your service area, across the county, the rents in the market really vary pretty widely. From Goleta is different from Lompoc, different from San Maria, and so forth. To the extent, I guess I'm thinking particularly about voucher holders. I guess for Goleta, and thinking about our rent rates here and how voucher holders can meaningfully use their Section 8 vouchers. I would imagine that for the Goleta area that we would have more challenges here than, say, Mid or North County. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes, and so mechanically how it works is we actually have 3 different jurisdictional areas, if you will, or geographical areas in terms of payment standards. So we have a South County payment standard, and we work very closely with Rob Fredericks and his group to match those, because what happens is when he issues vouchers or we issue vouchers, sometimes they do lease up in the city, and sometimes they lease up outside of the city of Santa Barbara. And the same with we could issue a voucher, but they may lease up in the city. And so we have a cooperation agreement. So we try and match Rob's a payment standard so that we're consistent throughout the entire South County. And then we have the San Ynez area has its own payment standard, and then North County, Lompoc, Santa Maria has another payment standard. So that's how we've carved out the county.
That's helpful. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your presentation and all your information, and we certainly have appreciated the hard work and working with the County Housing Authority over the years and our success stories that we have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And just one final comment. Your staff is great to work with.
I love hearing that.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Thanks very
you.
much.
Okay. Moving on to the next item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is item C1, consideration of initiation of a general plan amendment for 421, 425, and 445 Pine Avenue, APN 071-130-048, case number 24-0006-GPA.
Okay, great. I will let everyone know that this is a public hearing. So staff has opened the hearing and read the agenda. Now I'm going to open the public hearing, and staff will make their presentation, and council will have an opportunity for questions, and then the public testimony. They'll have time, staff responses, more council questions. I will close the public testimony, entertain council deliberation, close public hearing, and entertain a motion. So that's the process we will have today. So I open the public hearing, but I think at this time I'll do an ex parte. So we'll start with you, Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On, I believe it was August 12th, around 5:30 p.m. or so, I met with the applicant and their representatives and toured the facility, but did not learn anything that's not part of the report or the public record.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
I have nothing to report.
And I have nothing to report. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan?
No, nothing to report.
I have no ex parte
Smith?
to report.
Okay, then we can move on to staff presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Travis Lee, and I am the planner for the Goleta Business Park General Plan Amendment Initiation. If a request for a change to the general plan is proposed, a general plan amendment initiation is processed. The purpose of a general plan amendment initiation allows for early public input, affords the City Council the opportunity to deny initiation of processing the general plan amendment, and provides direction to staff. In all cases, initiation of a general plan amendment by the City Council does not mean or imply that a requested amendment will be approved. Many things will need further study, including any safety impacts and consideration of compatibility with the built environment. Goleta Business Park consists of two parcels. The northern is general commercial, and the southern is business park. There are no records as to why or when the northern parcel was designated commercial and different than the southern parcel of the complex. The applicant is requesting council initiate the study of a change from general commercial to business park. On this slide is an aerial view of the subject parcel. The subject parcel is bordered by Carson Street to the north, Yardie to the west, Pine Avenue to the east, and the southern portion of Goleta Business Park to the south. Currently, the businesses there are Yardie and Compal. Next slide, please. This slide shows the land use designations in the surrounding area of the subject parcel. Most of the adjacent areas are zoned business park or general commercial, except for the parcel to the east, which is designated residential mobile home park. The general plan amendment initiation review process is as follows. City Council decides to initiate, then the Planning Commission and City Council will review the general plan amendment after initiation. Per Council Resolution 12-13 and Chapter 17.67, there are 5 factors to initiate a general plan amendment, which I will discuss in the next slides. The first factor is that the amendment proposed appears to be consistent with the guiding principles and goals of the general plan. The general plan amendment would allow Goleta Business Park to have the same zoning and general plan designations on both parcels. No development is proposed currently. The second factor is that the amendment proposed appears to have no material effect on the community or the general plan. A majority of the area would remain general commercial to allow for the uses currently envisioned under the general plan. The business park designation is intended for more office-type uses that are conducted indoors. General commercial, however, allows for more commercial industrial uses, which may be conducted outdoors. The size, bulk, and scale of the development under the designations would be similar, so it would not increase the scale of development allowed. All development would require design review board approval. As such, it appears that there would be no material effect on the community or general plan. The third factor is that the amendment proposed provides additional public benefit to the community as compared to the existing land use designation or policy. There's potentially less visual intrusion due to the requirement for uses to be generally conducted indoors, which would be a benefit to the adjacent residential uses. The fourth factor is that public facilities appear to be available to serve the affected site, or their provision will be addressed as a component of the amendment process. The subject parcel is currently developed, and all public facilities required to serve the site are available. The fifth factor is that the amendment proposed is required under other rules or regulations. The amendment proposed is not required under other rules or regulations. If the general plan amendment process is initiated by City Council, the applicant can then submit a formal application, then staff will process the general plan amendment request with associated project applications, review the application with consistency with Title 17, conduct environmental review, and consult with other agencies. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution titled, "A Resolution of the City Council Initiating the Process of an Applicant-Requested General Plan Amendment for Golitas Business Park to change from general commercial to business park at 421, 425, and 455 Pine Avenue." That concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant team are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councilmember Carriaco?
Just one. Can we get a map that just shows the parcels in question with the surrounding zoning? Is that something that we have handy? Or if not, does the developer have that in their presentation? There we go. Thank you. So it just kind of seems to be kind of like a little zoned island within the larger zoning there, right? Yeah. Okay. Does staff have any feedback for us on why when we did the NZO, this was just not recommended to get changed for consistency? I know we were dealing with a lot of moving parts, and that was a really long, complicated process. So I'm just curious.
Mayor and council members, I'll answer that. It goes back to the general plan. And when the city did the general plan in 2006, the zoning and the county land use designations were C3, which were essentially general commercial. So when we adopted the general plan, there wasn't any request or anything to change the zoning and general plan designations. And so the designation was carried forward as a general plan designation of general commercial. And when we did when we did Title 17 adoption, all we did for zoning changes was to have the zoning conform to the general plan designations. We didn't, maybe there was a few, we, for the most part, just had the zoning change go from whatever the county designation was to what the city's equivalent designation was consistent with our general plan designation. So there really wasn't, it was not like the city yet did change the zoning, but it was to be in conformance with the general plan. And it wasn't that we changed it from something that hadn't been in place that predated even our incorporation.
Okay, thanks. I'm satisfied. I don't have any more questions right now.
Okay. And more questions from council? Not seeing any. I'm not seeing that the applicant has, does the applicant want to speak? I'm not seeing it on, yes? Okay, please do. I know we're not supposed to ask you, what are you going to do with that piece of property? Because this is just an initiation, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Perotti and Council. Steve Fort with SEPS Land Use Consulting with me is my client and the property owner, David Beaver. Yeah, as laid out in the staff report, it is a bit of a unique situation where the existing Goleta Business Park, as it's called there, is split. It has a split land use designation between CG, the Commercial General, and the BP Business Park. But it is operating as one and owned as one. And we're requesting the initiation so we can, like Mr. Lee said, subsequently apply with a formal application to planning for the general plan amendment and the rezone. Staff can assess that proposal. It'll go to Planning Commission, then back to you folks for formal adoption. You know, the staff report laid out the justification and the findings, and very briefly, we just want to give the existing business park the same designation, land use designations. Want to make sure existing uses are conforming, and also importantly, accommodate future R&D type uses at the business park, which is really what they're interested in marketing to and working with in the future. No development proposed. The buildings, again, are essentially built for these R&D business park type uses, labs, warehouses, offices. You could see from the map that it's surrounded on, two sides by business park zoning. And that general commercial really sort of transitions up to the Hollister Avenue corridor north of it. I think that's really it. You know, R&D is the wheelhouse that they're targeting, and they want to ensure those designations accommodate R&D. And I would just say, thanks. We're here for questions if need be. I hope you adopt the resolution and initiate the process to start again with planning and come back to the Planning Commission and you folks in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or any questions from council? Not seeing any. What about the public? Do we have any public speakers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have not received any speaker slips. If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak to this item, please raise your hand and I will call upon you. Madam Mayor, I'm seeing none.
Okay. Then at this time, I will close the public testimony portion and entertain council deliberation. Or I can close the public hearing altogether and entertain a motion.
I mean, if we need to have deliberations, my deliberation is I support the proposal.
Okay.
And then I'm happy to make the motion.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Casson?
No, I concur.
Okay.
It seems like a cleanup more than anything else.
I agree.
So.
It's a cleanup, and it seems to stop precluding certain possibilities.
Yeah, okay.
So
I'm
I'll
going to
move,
close the public hearing and entertain the motion.
okay. I'll move that we adopt resolution number 25 next in line, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, initiating the processing of an applicant-requested general plan amendment to change the land use designation of 421, 425, and 445 Pine Avenue, APN 071-130-048, from general commercial, CG, to business park, I-BP, and find that the initiation of a general plan amendment is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Do I have a second on that? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, then we'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you, council members. Please remember to lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Ayes have it. It's unanimous. Okay, thank you. We'll see you again. Okay. We have another one.
Item C2, General Plan and Title 17 zoning amendments to satisfy state law requirements and determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, this will be the same as the last public hearing. Okay. Ms. Wells, are you presenting?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. It's my pleasure to introduce to you tonight a packet of general plan and zoning amendments for your consideration, and these amendments were recommended by the Planning Commission from their hearing on June 9th. As you'll learn more about this evening, the reason for these amendments is to comply with state law, and these are specifically related to the topics of safety, environmental justice, which is a new topic for our general plan, and open space. And your team tonight includes Andy Newkirk and Cam O'Dra from Advanced Planning, and also Perry Banner with De Novo Consulting Group sitting at the dais tonight. And if we can go to the next slide. The agenda is the typical agenda for public hearings like the last item. And so we'll just jump right into the next slide.
So I will open the public hearing, so I think I needed to do that, but we're ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is state law requirements. And the PowerPoint really goes through this kind of table of contents, not necessarily in this order, but the subjects that are listed on the screen. So I'm not going to go through them in detail, but I did want to flag that in attachment 4 to the staff report, it lists that attachment lists out the state law requirements compared to how we're addressing them in our general plan, and we'll touch on all of these topics in the presentation, starting with environmental justice, and Perry's going to guide us through that topic.
Thank you, Ann. Mayor Perotti, members of the City Council, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and it's been terrific working with staff on this project. Just to start off with, to give you the gist of what environmental justice is really all about, I think that's important to lay that groundwork. Environmental justice is this concept that what communities should be doing, what the city should be doing, is kind of leveling the playing field, right? Making sure that all members of the community have access to public facilities, to safe housing, to healthy foods, and also this idea that historically there are some areas of the community might be more disadvantaged than the others in the sense that they've been impacted by environmental actions, might be the airport, for example, and that we're trying to correct those sort of inequalities through environmental justice. Next slide, please. So when we start to analyze environmental justice, and particularly in Goleta, the first thing that we do is kind of do an assessment of the city at the census tract level. And we use a mapping tool called CalEnviroscreen that has a number of pollution and population characteristic indicators that I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides. The tool sort of agglomerates the data and tells us where some areas of focus, areas of concern might be in the city of Goleta. In this map here, what you're seeing is that the orange hatched area, which is the area that's just to the east of the airport and that kind of encompasses Old Town, is kind of should be an area of focus, and that's referred to as Census Tract number 9 in the white paper that was included as an attachment to the staff report. Next slide, please. The next two slides, and I won't get into the fine grain with these slides, but what I want to convey to the City Council is that mapping tool uses a number of indicators. Like I say, these are the pollution indicators, and these might be things such as air pollution, groundwater impacts, use of pesticide, that sort of thing. And what the tool measures is whether these are considered low, medium, or high burdens. For the most part, where you see green and yellow, that's a good sign. That means that these indicators aren't surpassing certain thresholds, so that that census tract is for the most part not burdened or has a low burden with regard to that indicator. Where you do start to see the rose-colored indicators, that means that those indicators have hit or exceeded that threshold. And you can see some sort of trends. Groundwater threats, for example, are a trend, and groundwater threats might be through a container that leaked, hazardous materials that leaked in the soil, something to that effect that is affecting the groundwater. We are also seeing on the far right is in that highlighted column That's the census tract that covers Old Town, and you can see that there's has a number of indicators that that have hit that high burden threshold. Next slide, please. These are just a continuation. These are the population characteristics. These look at things like incidence of asthma, low birth weight, poverty. Again, for the most part, Goleta is in a good position, right? You're in kind of those indicators are low and medium, but there are some rows, and again, kind of a concentration in that Old Town area. I do want to say that with regard to that census tract for Old Town, it is because the census tract boundary and the city boundaries don't exactly match up. That is being influenced a little bit by some of the county unincorporated area that's getting captured. So it's that's is probably having a affecting where they are and why it's hitting those thresholds. Next slide, please. So like with any good planning effort, what you want to have, and what this project did have, is kind of a robust public outreach effort. And we started off with the dedicated project webpage that was both in English and Spanish. We had an open house at the beginning of the process to get early input from the community. We had 4 focused stakeholder meetings where we reached out to community groups, housing advocates, and had a very nuanced discussion with some of those groups as far as environmental justice was concerned. We prepared an outreach summary that was part of attachment number 3 in the staff report that got into the details of the results of those analysis. And of course, we presented all this to the Planning Commission and got input from the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. And the next slide. What I do want to also say is all of this effort, the safety element update, the open space element update, the update, or rather the addressing environmental justice in your general plan, all this is being triggered by recent changes to state law, new requirements that require these updates, certain things that triggered when these updates needed to be done. So the city did a kind of a comprehensive, well, I don't want to say comprehensive because it is very focused in terms of the updates that you're making, but the effort was there to do the safety element, the open space element, and the environmental justice issues all in one package. So that's what we've done. What we did find, though, is that when we were analyzing the existing general plan as it relates to all these topics and state law requirements, we found that the Goleta general plan had already had a good bedrock. It had a good foundation, and that what we needed to do in almost all of those aspects, I'll focus primarily on environmental justice, though, is that there were foundational things that were there. So for the most part, we needed to just go in, make some minor amendments to the language, some wordsmithing, some tweaking here and there to make sure that it complied with state law. But we did, at different points, have to create some new policies and subplot policies to make sure that it was fully compliant. And in the safety element and open space element, there were some other changes that needed to be done that Cam and Andy will talk about shortly. Next slide, please. So to just wrap up the environmental justice component, when we address environmental justice in your general plan, state law requires us to look at it through the lens of 7 topical areas. Now those topical areas are in the bold bullets: pollution, exposure, and air quality, for example, and access to public facilities and services for another. Again, what we found when we were looking through these or looking at these topical areas is that we just needed to go in and make some minor revisions to emphasize quality, access to facilities and such. So a lot of what we did with regard to environmental justice was really just like surgical tweaks to the general plan to help make it compliant. Next slide, please. However, as indicated and highlighted in the staff report, there were some new policies and new sub-policies that needed to be included. The general plan was with regard to healthy food access. We did need to create a new policy with regard to equitable access to healthy foods. These touched on things like really supporting grocery stores, really supporting specialty stores and community gardens, all in an effort to make that healthy food more accessible to all members of the community. Next slide, please. And then the other sort of major policy change, if you will, is that with regard to civic engagement, kind of committing the city to a more equitable approach to community engagement through ensuring that there would be multilingual public engagement, that we would go out into the community and have some sort of community partnerships, and also a focus on getting the residents in Old Town to communicate, or rather to participate in planning efforts and general engagement of the city. Next slide, and I think at this point I will turn it over to Andy.
Thanks, Barry. Switching gears a little bit to some of the safety element updates, the first topic is flood hazard information and policies. We already have quite a bit in the general plan on this topic, so kind of similar to what Perry was mentioning, a little more kind of nuanced changes. One thing we did was we updated the floodplain maps and the tsunami map. It's actually one map, but the data on floods and tsunamis. And we didn't create this information. We just updated what we had previously had in there from FEMA on the flood mapping and from Cal OES on tsunami inundation. Not dramatic changes. The floodplain, if anything, reduced the floodplain around the North Campus open space in particular. But again, pretty minor changes there. We also added information in narrative form and in some policies regarding dam failure inundation as a hazard that wasn't really discussed in our safety element. So there's 3 dams, 1 in the city, 2 kind of above us, that have a potential dam inundation hazard within the city. So we called that out. And then also flagged some added language about coordinating with agencies that are responsible for kind of floodplain management within our policies in the safety element. Fire hazard updates were a little more substantial and in large part because of the recent fire hazard map updates from the state. So that happened just this kind of spring. So we've updated our fire hazard mapping to reflect the new maps, and did a fair amount of changes to SE7, which is our kind of our fire hazards policy. And so some of those policies were rewritten, some removed, and that was all done in coordination with CAL FIRE. Because we have very high fire hazard severity zones in the city now, when we update the safety element, we have to go through a formal review with the state. So we collaborated with CAL FIRE to refine those policies to really reflect kind of the current state of operations and best practices. And we also did some slight updates to Title 17 reflective of those policy changes. And this is kind of, it'll be probably hard to see, it's a pretty busy map, but it shows, it's figure 5-2 of the safety element, which shows that the floodplains, the tsunami layer, and the fire hazard severity zones. So all of those layers have now been updated. And so that map is part of the general plan resolution in front of you. And with that, I'll kick it over to Cam Odra to discuss climate change hazard updates.
So on the climate hazard update side, a new policy is proposed, which is kind of the biggest piece of the climate hazards of the safety element update. A new SE12, which kind of covers a few different climate-related categories like natural infrastructure, cooling centers, support for climate-vulnerable populations tied in with the environmental justice piece that we heard earlier. And then support for climate hazards to be considered in the development review process. And associated with that sub-policy is an implementation action that would require climate hazards to be assessed in the development review process. So that would require an amendment to the zoning code, Title 17. And another implementation action on the climate front is expanding the existing climate action plan to be a climate action and adaptation plan. So including more climate adaptation actions like sea level rise and extreme heat solutions. And then there are also some public facilities related updates, like considering climate in the siting of public facilities. Next slide, please. On the emergency preparedness front, it kind of, first off, is bringing the safety element in line with current plans. So kind of updating language to be in line with the new emergency operations plan. So just like teeing up with existing plans. And then also it integrates the local hazard mitigation plan that the city has. On the evacuation routes front, there is a brand new figure, so that's kind of a big piece that is proposed to depict single egress residential areas. So where there's only one emergency evacuation route in residential areas of 30 or more units. And then some introductory language tweaks as well. Next slide, please. So this is that new figure 5-4 I just mentioned, and it's depicting those areas with residential units, 30 or more units with only one emergency evacuation route. And overlaid on that is also the very high fire hazard severity zones. So that is the layer that is corresponding with the evacuation routes. So you can kind of see where those intersect a little bit. And from here, I will pass it on to Anne. Oh, no, sorry, one more. Last off, open space. And within this piece, we're kind of teeing up the status of parks and open spaces with the current parks that exist in the city, and updating the planned parks list as well to be reflective of those that are planned. And also teeing up the element with existing planning documents associated with open space. In terms of other revisions, we're adding language to emphasize park and open space equity, opportunities to expand and integrate open space, and kind of supporting, detailing open space's benefits for climate resilience as well. So pretty minor tweaks in the open space front. So now I will pass it off to Anne.
All right, so that concludes the staff presentation. We're available for questions, and then the usual, receive public comment and council deliberation and action on the recommendations, which are on the next slide. So when you're ready, we can just flip over to the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, council, questions? Council Moraes-Martin?
Thank you. I have a handful of questions. Thank you so much to staff. This was such an incredible work effort, and I really hope residents will go and read the report or learn about it, you know, maybe if they're watching or tonight, or want to follow up on some of what they've seen, because there's so much really, I think, important and valuable information for residents to know. So a couple of questions. One, that the map you said was a busy map with the fire hazards and the flood information that's all on one. That's a fantastic map, and I remember when we had the fire marshal here, and they shared a version of a map that showed the new fire hazard areas. It wasn't quite as detailed as what we saw tonight. So I'm wondering if we could make available to the public, you know, when this is adopted on the website or somewhere, a version of the map that is just the fire hazard maps. Or zones, just for public information, because I haven't been able to find a more detailed map, but the one that's in this report is really fantastic.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin, we do have, I didn't say this at the beginning, but we do have a webpage for the project, and we've uploaded things, and the maps are also uploaded, and then we have a general plan subpage under advanced planning or under the Planning and Environmental Review Department's page, and we post all of the general plan elements and the maps when they're after they're adopted. So we have that, and I'm not sure if we want to do something more than that, but we can talk internally as to make sure that these resources are made available. There are some policies that we're adding that are really specific to community engagement and collaborating with other resource agencies that these maps will be important tools for as well.
Great, thank you. And then, you know, along the lines of the fire risks or hazards, I thought it was so important to have identified those neighborhoods that have that single egress. So I guess my question is, kind of what's the next step now that we have that information and know that those are areas where there could be a concern? What would be kind of the next step that the city would take to address that in some way, whether that's in, you know, working with that neighborhood to plan for that, or kind of, can you talk to that, speak to that? And that may not be a planning thing, I don't know, but.
Sure. So I'll start the response to this. We have policies that are newly added as part of this, part of your action tonight, to work with emergency responders to make, because it's really about the emergency responders knowing where these are, and that means like working with County Office of Emergency Management to make sure that these layers of these single egress are included so that they know not to send certain types of units, that are too big to be able to, pass on these lanes. So that's what's really important, is to get this information to the emergency responders, and basically they have it. But we're going to more, get it into their system and ensure that as part of that program. And I'll let others add to that response.
And really touched on, I think, the key highlights, but we did include a new policy, SE 11.7, specifically about these residential neighborhoods. And kind of the three things to highlight are work with emergency responders to ensure familiarity with these areas, to improve evacuation safety, to reduce risk to residents, and to provide information. So some of it will be some outreach just to make sure they're aware and they're signed up for any kind of notifications that are available through the county, that type of thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that outreach to those specific neighborhoods, so they're aware of it. They might already be aware of it, but so that they know what steps we've taken to inform first responders and what they should know in the event of an emergency and the need to evacuate. So that's really, I think, could be life-saving information. So I'm really glad to see that. And I guess lastly, and I'll let other folks ask questions. On the topic of also like kind of the climate response, I'm wondering if there's somewhere in here about public infrastructure resiliency, and like in a power outage or any other kind of emergency. I know that we've taken great steps to add solar, but I don't think we have things like battery backup, but that kind of like resiliency of public infrastructure, is that in here, or how was that considered?
Councilmember Reyes-Martin, there is actually a sub-policy that is SC 11.6, and it specifically is targeting maintaining essential public facilities operation during emergencies. So it's a new proposed sub-policy that the city will aim to maintain the functionality of critical public facilities during flood, fire, and other disaster events. And then this also is another piece, like a proactive approach, including upgrading facilities to withstand those climate-related hazards as well.
That's great. Thank you so much. And it's so timely. We're about to start or have already started a heat event. So I think taking any steps we can to have more resilient public infrastructure is really prudent. So thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. One question I had was, my understanding is that there will be, I believe, is it annual reports back to council on sort of progress of implementation of new policies? Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll be reporting back when we report back on our general plan annual report, which is annually. So you'll hear our progress on these implementation programs.
Great, that's helpful. That's might be my bias as a former planning commissioner, but I always love that update, because it really does give you a global view of the progress of the general plan. And I guess on that note, this also goes to Councilmember Reyes-Martin's point, I think, but I guess I'm also wondering too how these general plan policies then also get incorporated into your work plans, or I guess to the extent that they may touch outside of planning, right, how these things really become operationalized and in our planning processes, you know, how does that work? So would that be part of the work plan for the planning department, a glance at sort of how these different policies are being implemented?
We appreciate that question because we know that these annual work programs are so important in adding to it, you know, because we tend to do that often. But some of the things that we add, like many of these items, are directly in response to state law requirements, and we work carefully with the regulatory agencies, you know, responsible for implementing or making sure that we implement these state law requirements to get the details to reflect us and what we have the capacity to include. Advanced planning, or the Planning and Environmental Review Department, didn't work in isolation. This was major group effort, and it's been a year or so, and so we've worked with all of the departments in City Hall, and where we could, we really tried to, as you'll see, reference to the Creek and Watershed Management Plan and the Bike and Ped Plan and the Park and Rec Master Plan. Like, we really tried to use what we're already doing or planning to do, so that we weren't just creating some duplicate programs. And I think we did a pretty good job of doing that. There's going to be some things that we'll have to follow up on, especially as it relates to fire, like some code updates and things like that. And we're, tackling a few of them tonight, because this isn't just a general plan amendment, it's also an ordinance amendment. But we do have some work to do, but we think we can fold it into our work programs. We tried to keep realism here.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
So first, one of the things I appreciated in it was the change with respect to the food deserts, environmental justice with respect to access to food. It's a broader impact of the changes that you're making, and perhaps you talked about it while I left the room, but could you describe, if you did talk about it, and people have already heard it, then never mind, but if you haven't gone into detail about some of the impacts of those changes, this would be a good opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember. So you may have seen that in the white paper that was prepared as part of the analysis of those 7 topical areas, we did have a look at healthy food access, and so we did do an assessment of, the concern that you have about the food deserts. And so the crafting of that one policy that has to do with making healthy food more accessible to the public. You'll notice too that there's some sub-policies that were included as part of that policy. Those sub-policies at the implementation level, they're going to make some adjustments to the zoning code so that you're going to allow grocery stores, specialty food stores in more zoning districts. So it's kind of an effort to encourage the development of healthy food access in grocery stores in other areas that they weren't previously allowed. Also, some changes to some requirements for community gardens, just to ensure that they're continue to be accessible and more accessible. Andy, did you want to add anything?
Well, so for example, one that I'm familiar with, I gather, is at the business park on Los Carneros now will be able to offer grocery store.
That's correct.
Yeah, so people who right now had no access all along, all the Heritage Ridge and the Willow Springs, all of those that had to drive to our most congested intersections, now will have access to a convenient grocery store where they could get, all the things they need.
And I would say that the implementation measure, right, is sort of setting the table for that to occur. Now that the zoning has been made available for the grocery store to occur, I think that probably the second part of that would be, from an economic development perspective, to try to attract those developers to come in and to And I think Andy wants to jump in at this point.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. There is, as part of that ordinance amendment, it is limited to, I think, 20% of the floor area on a parcel. So the intent is not to have, like, just bring in wholesale, like, large commercial operations into BP and OI, but to allow, so they may, in all practicality, they may be a little bit smaller scale, but that there is still more opportunity while maintaining that business park and office focus in those districts.
So in other words, not bringing in a Safeway, but a kind of bodega sort of thing.
That's right.
Neighborhood.
That could particularly serve the people working in those areas so that they don't have to, you know, there's some opportunities there.
Well, I think, you know, and I don't remember the numbers, but to look at what people buy on a regular basis and the number of trips that they do, if you're selling diapers and beer and milk and, you know, there's a sort of a handful, in essence, of products, and that's 90% of the trips. And I totally made up those numbers. But you know, it can have a big impact for the people who live there and the intersections, even if it is kind of on a smaller scale. The other one is, I guess I'm wondering how much this, I mean, you said you're updating it each year, but for instance, when San Jose Creek is done, it's going to have a big impact on insurance and the floodplain, right? Won't that be a major change in this?
Councilmember Kiriakou, Kasdan, sorry. Kay.
Used to get Richards.
Yeah. Sorry. So, yeah, when a project gets completed, there's a fairly torturous process with FEMA that I am not well versed in. Typically, that's a public works function that does those updates to the maps. When when the FEMA map is updated so that someone comes out of the floodplain, that's official, right? Even if we're not reflecting it in our general plan. So it was timely that we update this with this project, but if this becomes out of date, we will use the updated FEMA maps. We wouldn't hold someone to an outdated floodplain map, and then probably update it when we're already going in and making some other amendments. But we would apply those updated FEMA maps as they become effective.
And I guess, you know, likewise with the fire hazard, that with all of the, I'm thinking of Glen Annie in particular, it's going to have an impact, I assume, in terms of the surrounding area and the fire hazards, or hard to say at this point? I guess it's really, I guess it wouldn't affect the mapping. It might affect logistics and staging and so forth, but not the mapping of what's, so, okay, you don't have to. One last sort of observation. I was thinking of it as I was reading some of this. Over time, we've added these layers as we go ahead with the general plan, these amendments and so forth. And when I think about some of the parts of the city, and in particular, I'm thinking of Hollister, all on the Hollister and the west side, that essentially when I moved in, the only housing developments that were on the north side of the street were, you know, the Hideaway wasn't even there at that time. So you just had the Grove and then I guess the trailer park. And since then, we're talking, I don't know, it'll be with the new developments that are coming, we're going to have 1,000 units or something like that that weren't anticipated in the general plan in terms of what the street looks like. And so at some point, I guess I'm just suggesting we have to think about, I don't know if it's a general, to reevaluate the general plan on a broader basis. Are there certain areas of the city that really, like that area of Hollister now, when we put in the new proposed housing, is no longer just going to be an arterial. It's a residential street with the amount of housing on both sides. And so we're going to have to really rethink some of the areas that are affected by all these changes that have happened since 2006. It just struck me, an observation that it strikes me and I share. So, thank you.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Thank you. I'll just kind of start where Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan ended. I mean, our very next item, or one of our next items, is going to be state density bonus law. And so, you know, when you're talking about changes, there might be even more changes than we're currently anticipating. And while I think some of these areas that are zoned now for high density housing originally were community commercial and medium density, so I think there were definitely going to be, or at least the potential to be, significant housing on the north side. It's going to be a lot more than there would have been going forward. So to finish that point, I think he made that point very well. When I'm looking at this, it's really going to be more comments, I think, than questions for me right now. A lot of my questions have been asked, but where do I want to begin? You know, I would say one thing that was really sobering was just seeing the numerous categories for Old Town for health impacts and environmental impacts and water impacts and pesticides. And I could go on and on and on, but it's almost like a tale of two Old Towns, and it's really hard to do this with a rating scale rather than like a heat map. But so much of the most impacted areas of Old Town are really south of Hollister, where you have so much industry. But you do have pockets of industry north of Hollister as well, like a concrete plant and other things. So it really makes for an interesting dynamic for those of us that really just think of Old Town as being, you know, 5-6 blocks along Hollister. That's a commercial district. It's easy to not realize just what's happening a couple of blocks down the street on either side. And I think this report really kind of brings into sharp relief just what Old Town residents experience, which is one of the reasons why we've been investing so many resources over the last several years. You know, in some ways we're making up for lost time. In other ways, it's a really strong, dedicated effort to improve the quality of life of people that are living in a really underserved and historically even excluded community going back before we were our own city. One thing that gives me hope, though, is just the Project Connect work that's happening, some of the projects that were outlined in the report. One thing I did want to kind of flag under sub-policy OS 6.11 for planned new parks and open space, subcategory A talks about a park in the southern portion of Old Town, and it specifically talks about the idea of sports fields on or in the vicinity of the former drive-in theater. So I think we may have to go back to the drawing board there and come up with a new location for some active recreation in Old Town, unless there's unused portions of the drive-in property that we can get. And I have reached out to the property owners to see if there's any possibilities there. But I'm excited about the Willow Springs Park, and I'm really excited about the flooding and or I should say the absence of flooding that will be coming or not coming soon to Old Town with the Hollister Bridge improvements and the San Jose Creek project. So I think that's it for me for right now. Thank you.
Well, and a lot of my questions have been asked, but I first want to thank Councilmember Reyes-Martin for bringing up the question of when there's only one exit out of a community egress. I live in one of those communities, so I think the question was really asked well about what do we do? How do we help those folks? And working with the fire and our CERT team and identifying groups that can really get the word out in that, because our neighbors talk about it a lot. You know, I'm one of the houses that have a hill right behind my house, and they're always saying, can we come over and use your hill to get out? And if we can't get out by car, and I'm like, absolutely. So, you know, it is on their minds, and so I'm glad we're looking at that, because I'm sure there's other neighborhoods too that, you know, experience this. So thank you for that question, and thank you for all the work put into this report. It's great. It's laid out really nicely, something that I know I could go back and look at, and, you know, not that I memorize everything that's on there right now, because there's a lot, but it's very helpful. I do want to mention that I sit on the Air Pollution Control District, and I know that Old Town has been on our radar, air quality, for a while now. And maybe staff can answer this question about, I should know it, being on that board, but they moved their air monitors around. But there was a conversation about having an air monitor located on our community center. Do you know if that's happening? Is it there? I could follow up with Air District as well and see, because I think they're keeping their eye on that area closely, because what they also want to do is they get grant money to provide air purifiers so they can do clean rooms, especially during fires or when the air, it's high quality of congestion or fire. So I'm just curious, do we know anything about that? But if you don't, I could, go back to, I'll be meeting on Thursday, so I'll ask that question. Like I said, they do move them around, so, but I'm pretty sure there was talk about doing one, and I know they have them throughout the city of Goleta, but that would be probably not a bad place to put one, and just to monitor it. Yeah, I don't know. You're saying maybe? It's your district, so, but it's something we need to keep an eye on. And thank you for bringing that up. I'm glad that it's going to be reviewed once a year, annually, kind of see how we're doing, and if there needs to be, it's a living document, so we could change things around, move it. I think that was, and I'm really happy to see that now I'm going into comments, but that there's a website so people can go in and look. But I think we need more than that as well. Oh, look, Matt Ford.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to let you know, yes,
Community Center.
an air quality monitor was installed at the community center.
Oh, it is one there.
Yes.
Okay.
About 3 months ago.
Great. Good to hear. Thank you for that. Okay. Now I guess we could go to the public and see if there's any public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If not received any speaker slips, if any attendees on Zoom wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call upon you. Madam Mayor, I'm seeing none.
No speakers, huh? Okay. Any more questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I did. It's actually for the Economic Development Committee members. I don't know if this is a transgression of some kind, but to breach committee, anyway. But was there at some point a proposal about a farmer's market in Old Town? Mm-hmm. And that was in the POPs or something like that? Is that, in other words, that would be relevant to our discussion now?
I wouldn't classify it as a farmer's market. I would classify it as in some ways a replacement for the swap meet that used to exist at West Winds. But it's really an opportunity for businesses that are already sited on the Hollister corridor or ones that are nearby and want to participate and essentially kind of like purchase or rent a little spot to be able to sell their goods and wares. And it's a kind of a cultural community tradition to be able to have a place to kind of come and buy and sell and be in community with people. It's not really a farmer's market per se like we would see in Santa Barbara or out at in your district at Camino Real on the weekends. It's not really that kind of thing. I would love to have a farmer's market in Old Town someday.
Keep it in mind. If maybe it could grow on top of the swap meet, or if there's an opportunity as we go forward.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're not agendized for it, but I got lots of thoughts on where it could go and who could be involved. A maker's market would be another really good idea, Harris Market.
Yep.
Makers.
Okay, staff have anything else they need to add? No? Okay. I'm going to close the public testimony and go into council deliberation. Do you have anything you want to say? Or do you want to make a motion? Councilmember Smith.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. I wanted to just thank staff and the consultants for all their really good work on this. Also thank the public for their input and for the Planning Commission for their review. I know that people won't necessarily read 200 pages of a report, but they might look at these helpful maps and other things, nuggets that they can take with them. So I'm glad that we will have that available. So I would generally, support the proposal as planned.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say? No? Then I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan?
Yep, I'm ready. So I move that we adopt resolution number 25, next in line, entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, amending the general plan coastal land use plan to implement state law requirements and determining the amendments to be exempt from the California Environmental Qualities Act, case number 24-0003-GPA, and introduce and conduct first reading by title only and waive further reading of ordinance number 25, next in line, entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, amending Title 17, zoning, of the Goleta Municipal Code to implement general plan amendments to ensure consistency with state planning law and determine the amendments to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, case number 25-0001-ORD.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, thank you, council members. Please remember to lock in your votes, beginning with Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
Mayor Perotti.
Aye. There we go. Unanimous. Thank you, thank you. Great report. Thank you. Okay, are we ready for a little break? Or
Sure.
5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes.
Is this our last one?
No. Oh.
Oh, I hate when you start laughing. It was just okay, yeah. That's what we were just talking about, that because apparently it's not in my district. They originally thought it would be great to have it. Well, the tricky thing with Anna's is that you've got a good outdoor area. Well, I guess the question would be how much you think it's necessary to have both indoor outdoor. Is it like waiting to hire? Lock up all those trees. Okay. I'm happy to support the business. You know, I guess if it's sure.
Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. And we have a discussion item.
Yes, that is item D1, adoption of density bonus guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Graham, are you going to start us off? Or
Yes, I
Yeah,
will.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm here tonight to present the draft density bonus guidelines, which, a little background, state density bonus law was adopted in 1979, and it's a program that grants benefits to housing projects that provide housing for special needs populations or affordable housing for a certain period of time. So, state density bonus law lives at Government Code 65915. It's a a very lengthy and complex statute. But one of the provisions is that we need to adopt procedures and timelines for processing housing application under density bonus law. So that's what we're doing and why we put it in our annual work program for this year. So the draft guidelines contain provisions of density bonus law and some illustrative examples, as well as an explanation of our permit procedures and the submittal requirements for processing a housing project using density bonus. So I'll point out here that I'm keeping it high level because the guidelines simply reflect current requirements and processes under state law and the city process. So we're not creating any new policies or procedures here. I did want to address that we received a public comment letter on this item today. They took issue with the language in this section on fair housing requirements. So while we disagree with the commenter that these provisions on fair housing violate state law or inhibit affordable housing, we conferred with the city attorney who has advised us that we could make some minor tweaks to the language, basically changing shall to should here in the guidelines as shown on the screen. So we are recommending that for the resolution tonight. Tonight, we're presenting the guidelines for your review and adoption by resolution. And upon adoption, the guidelines would take effect immediately, so staff and applicants could begin using it right away. And then in the future, staff will keep the guidelines updated to reflect changes to state law, which I believe it's been changed every year for at least 10 years now. So I think this provision is important. So we'll update it to reflect state law and also best practices going forward. And with that, staff is recommending you adopt the resolution as amended.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Caston?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, clarify for me with, there we go. With bonus density, are those deed restricted affordable housing or are they rented at market rate? Because
it depends, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, it depends on the nature of the project. So if it's if they're qualifying for a benefit under density bonus law, for example, by providing very low income housing, then yes, it would be deed restricted. But if they were doing a senior development or student housing, there's also a provision for that in there. It wouldn't be deed restricted in the same way for a certain number of years. It would simply be restricted to those special needs populations.
oh, okay, by the class of the applicant as opposed to the income. So it wouldn't be, it would rent at market rate, but be restricted only to seniors or students.
Yes. Well, for students, there is a reduced rental rate. It just depends. But for seniors, it's less restricted, as an example.
So for seniors, you're saying it is, seniors, it's the housing that's built under bonus density and qualified, therefore creates conditions for them, is limited to only seniors, but rents at market rate.
It could.
It could, and it could not?
Right. It depends on the mission of the organization producing the housing and, you know, what their goals are, what the market will bear in that particular area. But I think the idea, an example could be you want to create housing for seniors and you need the benefits of density bonus law. For example, you need to exceed the height limit or something to provide us the housing, to make it pencil out. We hear that term a lot, right? So you could use the density bonus law in that way.
Right, but I guess, yes, if somebody wanted to rent below market rate, everyone's always entitled to do that under every circumstance. The question is whether they're mandated to do it if they're taking advantage of density bonus laws. And I gather from what you're saying, in the case of seniors, they won't be. They could rent at market rate.
Right.
Okay. And as far as they just have to rent to seniors, and as far as students, which was the other population you mentioned, and if they're taking advantage and they're categorizing this according to income, for the percents according to income, then they have to have it deed restricted. The reason I'm asking these is really to get at some of the comments that were offered to us about the type and use. We're basically aiming to treat it consistent with our inclusionary housing policy, right? And that our inclusionary housing policy is one in which the mix of units is consistent with the overall development, and they're not eligible to make a bunch of smaller places or cheaper places satisfy our 20% requirements.
Are you referring to the amended language that and the public comment letter we received? Yes.
Or their initial comments. Yes, that's the context in which I'm bringing this up.
Yeah, maybe I should explain a little about the public comment letter.
Yeah.
So generally, we encourage or require that affordable units in a development be dispersed throughout the development,
Right.
not off to one side, for example.
I think that's good.
And that they be the same size and quality as the market rate units. And the public comment letter made the argument that that's not required under state density bonus law, and therefore we shouldn't use language like shall when we talk about those projects in the context of density bonus. We do have policies and ordinance language for our inclusionary projects that require that. But we do want to be careful that we're complying with state law, and we have history of working with developers to allow clustering, for example.
No, I'm getting at, the thing I'm focusing on or thinking about is for those units that are market rate, that are not deed restricted based on income, for those, I don't see as much of a need for us to say they necessarily have to be the same composition. I like them dispersed, but they could be smaller units in my mind. I'm going back to my preference, or what I think is important, is that we have a paucity of small units and that we're not likely to get them. But this is a context where you might get developers who would choose to do the studios and so forth because it's cheaper to build, they can satisfy their density bonus requirements, and we are using an incentive to get those smaller units built as opposed to a mandate. And so obviously I'm not interested in that where it's a deed restricted unit. That's a different animal. But where it's market rate, I see there's value in having flexibility on that end.
So Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to emphasize that the requirements that we're talking about are existing requirements of our general plan and zoning, and these guidelines don't change them. So our existing zoning contains provisions that require deed-restricted affordable units to have the same amenities as market rate units and also to be dispersed throughout a development. And those apply equally to inclusionary housing requirements and to density bonus requirements, which in Goleta operate in parallel with each other. So we're not changing that now. And that isn't before the council. The guidelines simply reflect what's already in existing zoning in the same way that they reflect existing state law.
Okay, well, I guess two things. One is, note, with deed restricted, I'm making a big distinction between those are deed restricted based on income versus deed restricted based on category or class. But I guess to go to the other thing, I don't know what should means. You know, I know what must means in terms of, but are they required, or do we just say bad developer? What does it mean legally?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, and of course, Mr. Rosen can address this as well, but shall is mandatory wording, which implies that it is absolutely required, and should is more of an exhortation and a recommendation that that's best practice. As it happens, the language in the Title 17 code is, as I read it, mandatory, but we're, in response to this public comment, reflecting the concern, although as Ms. Graham pointed out, we disagree with that concern. We don't think that that operates as an impediment. And I also want to emphasize that, of course, the city of Goleta and our policies and zoning are very much in favor. We are pro-housing, and we seek to achieve the same ends as the public commenter. We also want to further affordable housing. So we wouldn't want to have anything on the books that inhibited or limited the development of affordable housing. We don't think that those policies do so. But out of, deference and recognition of the concerns that are voiced in the letter, the suggestion is to downshift the language to the non-mandatory language, recognizing that that is a best practice. And we could go into more detail if the council would like as to the policy considerations behind why dispersing affordable units throughout development and making sure that they have the same amenities are in our view good policy and represent best practice in this field. However, that might take us down a little bit of a side route. So at any event, this is an effort to recognize what's already on our books, what's already adopted, and at the same time acknowledge the commenter's concern.
Well, this is a guidelines as opposed to a change in the ordinance.
Correct.
Right? So I guess what I'm not clear on is making it should is, as you said, hortatory. It's an exhortation. It means it's discretionary on the part of the developer. It's their choice. But our ordinance hasn't changed from what you're saying. So where do we stand then? Are we planning, what governs the developer's actions? I would assume our ordinance governs the actions. And so
I think Mr. Rosen.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, it's a good question. I think to your point, and as Director Imhoff mentioned, this is not revising those requirements in our inclusionary ordinance that mandate.
Not inclusionary, bonus density.
Well, our inclusionary ordinance does also have mandates for, quote unquote, like for like and other requirements associated with ensuring the affordable units match market rate. Regarding the impact of the should language, I think that's right. The city is encouraging the developer to do those things. The Cal HDF letter kind of almost presumes that a housing development would operate in a vacuum in terms of the hypothetical they put forward with density bonus law. So obviously staff would look at all provisions of applicable law. And so for our density bonus guidelines, by making it a permissive requirement, that doesn't take away the obligations that would exist under our local law. It just says if for some reason a density bonus project otherwise is eligible under state law and wouldn't have to do those things, then that would be permissible. But it doesn't take away from the requirements that would exist elsewhere in our code or under state law.
Are you saying that it won't apply if they, with respect to inclusionary, but the law will be for density bonus? I guess I'm not clear what our density bonus policy will be. Will it be discretionary, or will they have to have the same makeup as the rest of the units.
Mayor Pro Tem, we are bound to follow the adopted ordinance and policies of the City of Goleta as we review development applications. Right now, those policy provisions require the dispersal of affordable units and the like-for-like amenities in most instances. So this is a very narrow circumstance that this would address.
So in other words, the guidelines are going to be inconsistent with our ordinance.
No, as Mr. Rosen explained, they would apply in a narrow circumstance where density bonus is happening purely under state law and not under our ordinance.
Correct. And we should note, or I should note, as Director Imhoff said, that the city's goals are aligned with Cal HDF in that letter. The city doesn't necessarily agree that there's an inconsistency, but this is just meant to reflect the off chance. And our guidelines already say the city policies are going to be secondary to any state law. So by making it permissive just in this instance, it's just meant to reflect the hypothetical that Cal HDF referenced. It doesn't, but again, that would be specific to just density bonus law as applied, as opposed to applying the provisions of our inclusionary housing or any other applicable laws.
Right. So inclusionary will continue to be governed by the existing ordinance
Correct.
that we have, and which is not included in this
Correct.
document. However, bonus density will be a discretionary action. Is that right? And the ordinance that we have in place right now won't be covering it or affecting it.
I don't believe we would characterize density bonus necessarily as a discretionary action.
In terms of, when I say discretionary, I meant the choice of the mix of units, whether they're like for like. That will be, in a sense, discretionary with respect to the developer's choice.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could
Yeah.
Interject with my usual, it depends.
Go for it.
So a project is likely to have both density bonus and inclusionary if they're availing themselves of density bonus law. And we don't require them to meet those requirements separately. They do have to meet both, but they're able to, for example, use one unit to count for both. So if they were complying with inclusionary already, it would make sense unless there was some contravening reason, for example, low-income housing tax credits, as the letter pointed out. They would likely want to fulfill both requirements most efficiently, right? Meeting our requirements.
I was not entirely clear on that fact. So in other words, our inclusionary housing policy, that 20%, is essentially only encouraging people to apply for density bonus. If they satisfy our 20% inclusionary, in essence, they're able to remove conditions for their development through bonus density laws. Conditions, requirements, whether it be parking requirements, whether it be setbacks, whatever. Is that right?
So I mean, just to keep it as simple as possible, the same affordable units can satisfy inclusionary housing requirements and density bonus requirements. And our starting point is we will apply the ordinance when a development application is presented to us and assure that it meets the ordinance requirements and then bring it forward to the decision maker with a recommendation. And it does get complicated quickly because under density bonus law, a project may be entitled to a concession or a waiver depending on what they meet. But it becomes very technical very quickly. That's why we're so fortunate to have Ms. Graham's expertise to be able to help us to work through and dissect this. And the purpose of the guidelines, of course, is to make them more intelligible for staff and the public and developers alike. So we're happy to have the guidelines as a way to synthesize and summarize the requirements that apply.
I understand now. I'm sad, but I understand now. Thank you.
There was some ambiguity about how you apply both previously, but state law clarified a few years ago.
Yes, they're very clear about a lot of things.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. So also a couple of questions about the public comment letter. So the public comment letter came in at 3:00 today, so we've all been digesting and processing it. So I guess my question is also along the lines of the must and shall. The changes that staff is proposing to that language, and maybe this is a question for city attorney, is that a must that we should do, or is this we like should, or here's a suggestion for how to respond to that letter, but the language that was initially proposed by staff is well within state law?
I would agree with that that assertion, council member. So, I would say the city's position is that we disagree that the proposed policy creates these sort of nominal hurdles that Cal HDF has mentioned. But I think most critically, the policy already states that if there's any sort of inconsistency between state density bonus law and the city's program policy, state density bonus law controls. The revised language is a suggestion meant to address Cal HDF's concern. However, as Director Imhoff said, these applications often address a series of applicable state laws. And of course, staff is well equipped to be checking density bonus provisions. And again, I would say those don't operate in a vacuum. So to the extent it impacts inclusionary and our other obligations, we feel like the policy reflects that state law does preempt any inconsistency. So it's a suggestion meant to speak to Cal HDF's concerns, but we do not feel that the policy is required to be changed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think with that, I appreciate the discussion, and I think I would still support the initial staff language. And that also seems consistent with the ordinance as well. So at least that's where I'm at this point.
Councilmember Carriaco?
I have questions, and I promise they're not about must versus shall versus should. But let's take a step back. So the general concept of state density bonus law is, hey, we're the state of California. We no longer fund redevelopment agencies and allow for the creation of affordable housing. So we'll trade you additional density if you build affordable housing. Is that like kind of like the basic concept, maybe without my little preamble at the beginning? Is that the basic notion of state density bonus law? We'll give you some affordable housing and we'll pay you for it with some additional density. Is that the general concept?
Yes, that's correct. It doesn't always involve additional density, actually, but it reduces the cost of producing housing, and therefore you get more market rate and affordable.
Okay. And then there's been a lot of talk up here about our inclusionary ordinance and state density bonus law and how they work together or don't work together, or should or must or will. So I guess my next question is, do the income requirements for how we give out housing through our inclusionary ordinance in terms of what the different percentages are, the different income types, do they align with the table that governs what you get for state density bonus law based on different assumptions of income? I don't think they're quite completely aligned.
Let me see if I understand. Are you referring to how we income qualify people and how they qualify for units?
Yes.
Yes, it's the same income limits.
But doesn't our inclusionary ordinance go beyond like quote unquote affordable housing and go to like 200% AMI?
So we do have additional.
And that's part of how you reach your inclusionary
requirements. So
don't we kind of go beyond with our
density bonus
program?
law includes very low, low, and moderate. We add extremely low and above moderate up to 200% AMI.
Okay. So kind of in the middle, they kind of are aligned, but then the high and the low of our inclusionary, they're not aligned.
But extremely low counts as
of course
very low.
Of course. Okay. So I guess I don't know if this would be the attorney or this would be planning staff or maybe a little bit of both. But I think the thing I was more concerned about in the comment letter we received was the reliance and perhaps doing a lot of work that the technical assistance letter from HCD for the city of Antioch and the work and the role that it was applying. And what concerned me was the language where it talked about being able to use deed-restricted ADUs to meet the, to meet the affordability requirement for density bonus law. And I'm just wondering, do we have any thoughts or opinions on that? And the reason why I'm asking is if you think about a development, not so much in terms of the number of units, but how much of the development is affordable housing versus not affordable housing, like as square feet. If you're relying on ADUs to provide your I'm going to use air quotes, affordable housing, you could end up with, I guess, a overfed but malnourished kind of a housing project where you have units that are affordable, but almost the entire project area is market rate. So I'm trying to understand, do we agree with HCD's technical assistance letter and that language about ADUs and deed restriction? Because that gives me concern. And I don't recall ever reading anything in state density bonus law that explicitly said ADUs count as a housing unit for purposes of giving you more housing units in your development because you're creating affordability.
Councilmember, I would note, I guess at the most high level, that the Cal HDF letter does reference that the Antioch letter is a distinguishable set of circumstances that's provided just to bolster sort of what they see or their concerns with the guidelines. So I'd be hesitant to speak to that more broadly in terms of what it means for our policies relative to this agenda item on density bonus. I think HCD has an important role in offering technical guidance, and often we may see ultimately that the legislature clarifies, or as Ms. Graham said, sort of these density bonus laws are updated almost every year. So I would say we would look at both the specifics of the project on something like that, and then also what the actual legislation says.
I just to be argumentative, I would argue that if developers are going to start using deed-restricted ADUs to qualify a project for density bonus through state density bonus law, we really need to reevaluate state density bonus law, because at the end of the day, that's not really providing true affordable housing within the context of a developer making concessions in order to get more housing. If you're just going to have a really small project area be kind of this little annex of a housing development, but there's a lot of units, and maybe there's 10 300 square foot units, and then you have a whole bunch of McMansions for the rest of the project, and that's an affordable housing project, and the state's going to call that affordable housing project, I would take some issues, if not umbrage, with that. I guess the last thing I want to ask is, are there any concerns with what the state is asking us to do with this action today in terms of the interplay between state density bonus law and projects that have qualified and been, have a SB 330 pre-application for builder's remedy? Does the city need to be concerned about state density bonus law being used as sort of a hammer to kind of push through projects that are saying they're builder's remedy in order to get concessions they wouldn't normally be able to get through builder's remedy, such as environmental review exemptions?
So that's a little bit hypothetical. I don't think we've encountered that yet, but we would.
Next door, I think we just encountered one.
Well, we would apply each legal framework independently to the facts as it's presented. And there clearly are, this is a evolving area of the law, and there are some novel interpretations and in ways that people are thinking to combine different sets of rules. But at this point, I don't see that as being an issue. If we have an SB 330 application and it seeks to avail itself of density bonus law, we will simply apply density bonus law as it's written and as it's adopted locally.
Okay, great answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I just wanted to mention that I agree with Councilmember Reyes-Martin in terms of being supportive of the original language as opposed to the proposed amendments in terms of the moving from the must to the should. I think staying consistent with our own ordinance, knowing that state law would still trump, is actually clearer for those applying. So just having our guidelines consistent with our ordinance, knowing that both, could be superseded by state law, I think is just clearer for everybody. So I just wanted to make that comment. And then I just had a question. So this document could be used both potentially by potential applicants, but also for internal use by staff. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Smith, yes, that's the intention.
Thank you. I honestly hadn't thought about, I was thinking more of the external purpose of this type of document, but I think it's great to hear too, to the extent that staff changes or state law changes and this document is updated, to have that to reference and to have those clear procedures makes a lot of sense. So it's good to hear that it can also be useful internally as well.
And if I could add, the document does have a note that applicants and staff, whoever's using the document, should go refer to the actual code or statute and not just rely on the guidelines. It's meant to be used as a guide.
That makes sense. And kind of a general overview of how this process works in the city of Goleta. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you. So, first, I support making the changes that you guys proposed because as I understand from what you've told us, everyone will try and apply the inclusionary housing that they're forced to build towards the bonus density, and therefore our ordinance is going to be the operating mechanism that they have to comply with, meaning that if they want our inclusionary housing to be eligible, or let me rephrase that, if they want the bonus density to be able to use the inclusionary housing, they're going to have to make it consistent with our ordinance on inclusionary housing, meaning it's got to be dispersed, have the same like for like, all the requirements we have for inclusionary. As long as they want to apply that to bonus density, our law will be applicable. And so the shall language is essentially doesn't force anything. It's only relevant, as you said, if they choose not to, if they want to build both bonus density and inclusionary housing with separate units. Okay, good. The other question I have, she nodded. Let it be affirmed. So, no, the other question I had was the examples that they provided us with a couple of cities. Did they have inclusionary housing? Did your nuance that you guys observed with respect to the distinction, the inclusionary and bonus density, was that relevant when those various letters, they cited a couple of cities? Did they have inclusionary housing policies? And how did it come up in that context?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can't speak directly. I don't know whether Antioch has an inclusionary housing ordinance. I don't think it's referenced in the technical guidance letter. But I would note, and I thought about this a bit during the conversation earlier, there are some cities that affirmatively say that ADUs can be used to meet inclusionary requirements. So I don't know that that is necessarily directly applicable here, but some agencies have taken the step to expressly by code go a bit further and say definitively that an accessory dwelling unit could count towards an inclusionary requirement.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we also did not research what those other cities do. That might be an interesting thing to follow up on if it ever comes up for us, but we've not looked at that.
Okay then, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Do we happen to know if the state considers a junior ADU to be an ADU for purposes of the technical assistance letter?
Or is that not clear?
I don't want to say definitively what the state's sort of latest and greatest is in sort of that technical guidance. I would say certainly a JADU is, as you know, Councilmember, distinguishable in that we're talking about a component within a larger unit, and there are requirements under both density bonus law and inclusionary requirements that we're talking about a dwelling unit under that definition of state law. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, before we go to public comment, you know, as Councilmember Reyes-Martin said, this letter came in at, what, 3? I didn't even see it, so I'm just now looking at it. So I don't feel like I can offer much. I mean, we haven't even had time to absorb it for me. So I'm not supporting the changes that they're recommending. But, yeah, I'd like to hear from the public.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've not received any speaker slips. If any attendees on Zoom wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call upon you. And Madam Mayor, I'm seeing none.
Nobody wants to talk about this, huh? Okay. Okay, so I guess we're going to entertain a motion. Or unless we want to talk about this some more.
Well,
it's unfortunate, you know, that somebody sent in a letter at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, when
we got 2 letters.
Oh.
I guess the question is that a litigation risk by not making the change? It comes down to, do those words matter? Are we avoiding, by not making the change, is there a consequence?
Mayor Pro Tem, that's probably fundamentally a question for Mr. Rosen. However, I would just want to say that if we encounter this issue in the context of an actual project that is before us and we engage with HCD on it, then we would want to have a pointed conversation or a thorough conversation with HCD staff around the different policy considerations that are at play here first, so that we are very clear on what the trade-offs are. Because I think this is a really rich policy discussion about what prioritization should be given to different policy considerations.
And to, I think how Director Imhoff has framed that is excellent. It makes a lot of sense to me too. I would note, to sort of piggyback off what Director Imhoff has said, that if we're talking about more than a hypothetical potential harm, then our city team is well equipped to review the application and apply state density bonus law accordingly, which our policy accounts for, that we would look at state law and ensure it was consistent with state law. The only other note I wanted to make is part of the resolution states that the guidelines shall be updated administratively as needed after council takes action, to the extent there are statutory amendments to state density bonus law. So we do receive technical guidance from HCD, but you know, to reiterate again what Ms. Graham said, this is a provision, a complex provision of state law that gets updated almost every year. And so the policy, again, as Ms. Graham said, is meant to be just that, guidelines that is subservient to our adopted municipal code and any state law.
So just to be clear, in other words, if just having a guidance like this, nobody can sue us. There's only the risk of a litigation if a project comes up to us and then the project says we want to do X, Y, and Z, and at that point then, you know, we deal with it. Is that right? I mean, but a guidance document itself, is that?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would just note, you know, we always look on a project-specific basis, so I wouldn't want to discuss sort of hypothetical litigation, except to just note, again, I think the city is well-versed in ensuring state law compliance. Our guidelines reflect that, and I would say the resolution accounts not only for that process, but should there need to be an administrative change in response to state law changes that would occur.
Well, I'm just referring to the question of several other council members say they don't want to make the change to shall from must, and whether it's advised or not, whether we face some sort of consequence by not making the change, or if it's not a real issue now and only becomes relevant if a project
Yeah,
comes to
Mayor
us.
Pro Tem, I think this really only becomes an issue, if at all, in the context of a real project where there's a difference between what an applicant and developer wants to do and what our rules require.
Okay, so right now it's all just hypothetical. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, anybody interested in making the motion?
I'll be happy to make
Oh,
it.
Ms. Councilmember Smith, did you have one more comment? I see your name on here.
Mine's too.
I was just going to say that sort of in light of that discussion, I would still recommend that we just go with the original language. And I trust that should there need to be changes down the line, staff will bring that back.
So I'm happy to make the motion. I just need to know, do I need to say as amended in order to go back to what we originally intended? Or can I just make the motion and not have to say amended because we're sticking with what we originally intended?
Councilmember Carriaco, it's a good question. I would say that the motion would be what's listed in the staff report, and it would not reflect, and the intent would be to not reflect any additional amendments.
Okay. And in that case, I'll move that we adopt resolution number 25 next in line, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adopting the City of Goleta Density Bonus Guidelines and finding that adoption of the guidelines is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, council members. Please remember to lock in your votes, beginning with Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Porkasden.
Aye.
Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Ayes have it. Okay. Good. Unanimous. Okay.
Item D2, review of the design for the Goleta Valley Library ADA Safety and Building Improvement Project, CIP number 9130, and authorization to advertise construction bid.
Hi, good evening.
Well, that's the hardest part of the presentation this evening.
I
am very
That was a
sorry.
good one. Thank
right.
you.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Matt Four. I'm the General Services Director. As with every library presentation, this is a group endeavor, so we have our stellar team from Neighborhood Services here. Joanne Plummer, the Neighborhood Services Director, Elizabeth Saucedo, the Library Director, and Cassidy Lair, Senior Management Analyst. Also with me is Jeffrey Miller from JMAD Design Studio, the project architect. And this is very exciting for us. This is something we are thrilled to be here with you to review with you the design of the library remodel project for which we received the state grant. We've been talking about it, and we've moved a library and opened a temporary library location, and now we're ready to talk to you about the actual remodel. So throughout the summer, the project team's been very, very busy finishing this design and securing approvals from the city building department and county fire and various utility providers. We're here tonight to primarily share with you the infrastructure project. This is the Goleta Valley Library Safety, ADA, and Building Improvement Project. That's the grant-funded project. That's the project that we're asking for your approval to issue the notice inviting bids. Complementary to that, though, we are going to review with you some very conceptual designs for interior design, non-infrastructure. This is the pretty stuff. This is not grant-funded, but it makes very good sense to contemplate future interior improvements in the context of this larger project. So you'll see both of those. I'll note that we gave a similar presentation to the Library Advisory Commission in March, and it was well received. So with that, we'll get into the presentation. So in October of 2023, the city received a $4.2 million grant from the State Librarian's Office, and the goals of the project are listed here. It's a lot of Americans with Disability Act compliance upgrades, paths of travel, restrooms, and things like that. The restroom renovations, which are partially funded, again, by a real generous donation from the Friends of the Goleta Valley Library. Safety and security upgrades, upgrading very aged infrastructure with HVAC and electrical systems, modernizing the ceiling design, improving lighting, retrofitting existing lighting to LED, doing some door and window replacements, and then making the exterior pretty with painting and some fascia repair. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Miller to take you through the design elements.
Thank you. And do I have to push?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'd also like to say it's just been an absolute pleasure working with the City of Goleta and the project team on this. Rarely do we get a project where the team is this collaborative and this interested in the outcome, and the input from the community has been great as well. So as Mr. Forr said, this is primarily a disabled access and compliance effort on these ones to bring the project up to current standards, and then also to put in some things that are going to help with the operations cost and continue the lifespan of the building. The building itself is really good. We really like the library, and so the intent here is not to do anything that's a substantial change to the exterior or substantially changes the appearance of the library. We're really just trying to extend the functional life of it. With the first one being the improved bicycle stations and accessible book drop. So this is really the only modification to the exterior that will be somewhat noticeable. We have an image of before and after. It's really not that much, but we're adding some bike racks into the front where there used to be a retaining wall, and then adding a book drop along the accessible path. We've included carved out a space for a dedicated Friends of the Library bookstore or shop that they'll have on there that's lockable and that can keep a lot of the clutter out of the lobby. All of the entrances and doors, given the nature of the project, it does need to be fully accessible, and so everything along the accessible route of travel, which is the totality of the building, is being upgraded to be compliant with current ADA barrier-free design standards. This includes widening the doors so that we'll have sufficient room for people in wheelchairs or an aged population with walkers to ambulate through the project. We're also adding biparting sliding doors in lieu of swing doors, so that just for a little bit added safety there. The windows are all being upgraded, so the existing plate glass windows are being replaced with an insulated glass unit that will have a higher energy performance and better UV coatings to keep the sun off the books. We've added a new emergency exit on the Fairview side of the building to improve the fire life safety egress path. And then modernizing the restrooms to be fully accessible. We are, as part of the number 9, where we needed to bring the electrical room and the utility provisions up to current code, that did displace the Boycell Children's Room, which is being rededicated to the area just to the right of the entrance into the main library. Starting with the site and the accessible compliance, so starting with the parking and access to the site, this is being improved. So it's where a new planter is being added so that we could bookend the parking lot and adjust the slope without significantly modifying the remainder of the parking lot. So to contain that area, the ADA compliant exits and entrances, this is just mostly modifications to thresholds and door opening pressures or replacement with the doors and adjustments to closers so that these meet the 5-pound, 15-pound push-pull requirements. The men's room and women's room and also the former restrooms that were the children's restrooms are being retrofitted and expanded so that they meet the current requirement for fixture count, and then also all the required code compliance for knee clearances, wheelchair clearances, and including baby changing stations in there as well. And then the path of travel, the entirety of the project needs to be on an accessible route. So we've gone through and addressed all the detailing requirements to make sure that we meet those. Into lighting security, we've done multiple photometric studies to make sure that we're hitting the appropriate lighting levels and that it's provides visual comfort as well as tunable whites so that it can adjust for a daytime, nighttime setting. This is also going to include some energy usage benefits that won't have the same onus as some of the compact fluorescent metal halide lights that were out there before. As well as an upgraded control system, so that will be Title 24 compliant with occupancy sensors to automatically turn off lights, which should lower operating costs over time. We are updating it to a modernized ceiling design. I think that it mostly was that ceiling was 50 years old and has gone beyond its lifespan. So a similar type of ceiling where we're using an acoustic lane where we need access, and then acoustic plaster in the main volumes to help with the sound control and some of the noise reduction in those areas. We are adding a sprinkler system into the library, which was not previously there, as well as an updated CCTV system and alarm system. And I'm going to caveat this early conceptual rendering is that this was done to communicate the volume of the space. There's no, the building is not going to be white on the inside. We just did that so that we didn't get wrapped around the axle on materials too early on in the conversation. But this is currently in the project. There's like the ceiling is inverted there so that the baffles hang down, and it's makes for a little bit of a compressed space. So on the children's side, we're pushing the ceiling up and using an acoustic baffle, similar to the egg crate. That guy's kind of the job of that component is doing, but also just kind of opens the space up a little bit more, makes it feel a bit more generous. And next. Similarly, on the adult side of the library, just keeping the same essential geometry. There will be some where we're going in with new stuff. Instead of keeping such a rectilinear language, we are softening and adding some curves so that it is a little bit clear what was added, what was original, what was part of the renovation. Okay. So on the interior design and in that same vein, we thought the design of the library was really well thought out and really well done, and I think that contributes to why it's been 50 years before it's needed to be renovated. And so we do, actually my first meeting on site at the library, there was a bumper sticker that said, "I heart Goleta Library." It's obviously something that's important to the community. It's a great library, and so we wanted to make sure that we preserve that library's essence and that in any of the modifications that we're not diminishing the quality of the building that's there before. The spaces are generally in the same configuration, but with some modernized amenities and some use cases that weren't, I don't think 50 years ago anybody thought that most of our meetings would be on Zoom calls. So we're moving towards something that to give the library a longer life and enhance the lifespan of the building. Where we can, part of the reason that that is so important to us is we're a very sustainable-driven firm. The most sustainable building is the building that already exists. And in that same vein, as much as we can reuse the existing furniture and oak shelves that are in fairly good condition, we intend to both as a cost avoidance measure, and then also just there's no need to replace something if it's functional and working. We'll just refinish where we can, and so that they're in the same vocabulary of any of the new furniture that's coming in, but continuing to, if it's not broke, don't fix it. The furniture design, just got some feedback today or shared with us from some of the community, and we are starting to include a variety of seating arrangements, furniture spaces, things that have arms to help people get up out of the chairs, things for children's sizes, for different body type sizes, for different heights. So that is all being considered in the interior intent and what we're doing with that furniture. And we've gone through and sat with the library team and gone over the events that are common to there, and are laying out to a design that's flexible and supports a variety of events that are typically hosted inside of the library. Given the nature of this project and the accessibility requirements, we started with a circulation diagram to make sure that we understood where things needed to move, how the spaces were, the different tenants were moving through the spaces and experiencing different spaces. And so there's a path of travel of the adults. The carts were a very big part of this, which also helps with having everything be wheelchair friendly, is also cart friendly, so there won't be as many bumps for those. And then with the multi-purpose room, I think that was like the last one to touch on, is that it can operate with the library closed, and so that we've set up so that if that's something that needs to happen after hours, it has that flexibility with associated restrooms next to it and a safe and legal compliant egress. So jumping into the interior design, we'll start with big picture on the left. The adults area stays with rational rectilinear shapes. The children's area is a little bit more whimsical, dynamic, with more rounded, softer furniture and less sharp edges for kids to run into. The bookshelves, we're, to the extent that we can, refurbishing the bookshelves along the perimeter were exactly where we would have put them anyway. So they've been removed. Right now they're being stored while we do some of the modifications, and then we'll put those generally back in the same area with some updated and new modular bookshelves that can be more easily moved and provide greater flexibility within the library space. In the middle, under that big halo of light coming down through the baffles, is going to be a soft seating area where the periodicals and adult reading section will occur. And then we're adding in some bookable pods, so that's basically like a room in a room that we can get as a modular off-the-shelf system that can facilitate conference functions. There's 2 on the far left side of the building, and then a pod of 6 of them that are more of a phone booth style to allow for people who need to take web meetings, work on presentations together, work collaboratively, or to do something that may create more noise that's otherwise not as palatable inside the main spaces, so that we have acoustic separation for these rooms that facilitate that function. The checkout area is overly large for the function, so I think that through understanding the design requirements of that, we're able to right-size that and lay it out a little bit more efficiently for the functions of getting the carts through, the book drops and book returns, and this provides for additional seating areas on the north side of it. We've included some self-checkout stations to help streamline redesign of the children's area with a little bit more whimsical themes, including an outdoor Montessori kind of whimsical space that is a little bit geared more towards messy activities to allow kids to be kids and not have to worry too much. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so as we said, it looks fairly like it did before, with a fresh coat of paint, some updated signage for the fire department, and then the only thing that is really being removed is that there's a wall to the left of the entrance that was blocking the entrance into the multipurpose room, and that's being opened up to allow for more visual connectivity into the library and to see where the main entrance is, as well as to create a space for bicycle racks. And then here's a view from Fairview, looking back towards the library, before and after. Again, not substantially different. We're just removing that one part, and that's pretty much the only part that will be noticeable from the outside.
Okay. So before we go on, I just want to pause for 1 second and turn it over to Ms. Plummer. So we said there's sort of a project within a project, right? There's the infrastructure project that we're barreling forward. Then there's this tail, follow-on interior design. I just wanted to see if you want to talk about timing and approach in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for being here with us tonight so late. We are excited about the interior design of the library. We're really excited about the infrastructure improvements, but that stuff's not as much fun as the interior stuff. So as you may recall, a few months ago, you approved us to expand Mr. Miller's scope of work to include some high-level design work. We've done a survey with the community. We have some input. We are still talking with some of our stakeholders to gather a little bit more information and fine-tune, and we'll work with Mr. Miller, and we'll return back to council on the interior design as that gets tighter and we receive some additional feedback. I also wanted to let you know we have no money for the interior design, but we will be coming back to you next month requesting support for us to kick off a capital campaign to raise the necessary funds. So before you asked, because we asked Mr. Valdez, he didn't want to write a check. So we decided that that will be our best approach, and you'll see that report coming to you next month.
Okay, so our next steps. What we're asking from council tonight is authorization to advertise the notice inviting bids for the construction project. We'll return to council after the bidding process, we think sometime in fall of this year, and we'll be asking you, or we'll be covering three things. One is for council to formally adopt the conformed plans and specifications. The plans and specs as they've changed as we've gone through the bidding process. We have final plans, final specs for the construction project. We'll ask council to formally adopt those. We'll also ask council to make CEQA findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. And then I'll also review the project budget with you. In the June budget adoption hearing, we talked about a shortfall, an estimated shortfall for the project. Council appropriated a little over 1.5 million. So we're definitely within striking distance of our goal. And now I think it's the most prudent option is to see where the construction bids come in. If we get a competitive bid process, if we have a number of contractors that bid on the project, then I think that'll sharpen the pencil for us a little bit. So, but I'll come back with what the bids are, where the budget stands, and we may or may not ask for an additional appropriation to close out the project. So with that, we can take any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. This is really exciting. I actually wasn't going to have any questions, but there was something you mentioned that prompted one related to the bathrooms. So you mentioned there being a baby changing table, and it's probably one of those that folds down off the wall. Is that in both the women and the men's restroom? All of the bathrooms?
It is in every bathroom.
Thank you so much.
There's 4 public restrooms. It's in all 4 of them.
Wonderful. All my husband's horror stories are changing a baby diaper without that.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, thank you. I noticed just a quick question on the addition of a emergency exit on the Fairview side. That makes a lot of sense. In terms of the design, is there any potential that could be misperceived as like another entrance for the public, or that?
There will be a door on that side, but the door is in the same. It's using the same storefront system as the window, so it's going to, for all intents and purposes, is going to look like another window with a panic bar on it. There is a ramp that will go up to it, but we have screened the area so that it doesn't present as the primary entrance. So yes, there will be a door over there with a pathway going to it, but it should be secondary to the main entrance. And we're also using the site lighting to kind of guide people around to the front.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Castle.
Thank you. In previous years, before all of this, that people had talked about a need to expand the library, that the space wasn't inadequate for the public demand. And with all of the reconfiguring, the redesigns, the right sizing and things like that, how much do you think that's changed or given us more capacity and less need to have to expand at some point?
I brought my own book and paperwork just so I felt at home. Thank you for that question. Just to be sure I'm answering the key pieces of what you'd like to hear. You're interested to learn sort of how the need has changed for the existing square footage, or I'm wanting to make sure I answer your question the best I can.
Just that, for instance, when you talked about the checkout area, that it's being right-sized and changed, that some of the, you've had an opportunity now to rethink, especially post-COVID or post-Zoom, rethink where things go and what makes sense, and has that then adjusted any hypothetical needs for additional space? Have you, in essence, expanded, given yourself more space by this redesign, and so lessened that kind of need?
Yes, thank you so much for clarifying. So with this project, something that was very apparent from the outset was that the exterior walls, the square footage, that outside framework wasn't something that would be adjusted. And so from the beginning, when we've been looking at the floor plan and various configurations and sort of reimagining this space, that's something that we've kept in the forefront of our minds, that that exterior solid black line around the edge, that one couldn't be moved. And so with that, we did spend a great deal of time really looking at how the community's usage of the space has evolved over the years. And that was very apparent in our responses to the recent community visioning survey that we completed. So we heard from almost 750 community members. Within the first 24 hours, actually, we had over 400 responses. It was like overnight after the press release was sent out. So our community was also eager to answer this question too, which was really what do you want to see from this same beloved library, but a reimagined space inside. And so this has really given us an opportunity to make sure that we're having the greatest impact in our service. That if we are looking at that same footprint, what can we do within those walls to make sure we're meeting the new needs of our community and making sure that we are laying the groundwork to support the needs of 10 or 20 years from now. And so some of the key pieces that I like to share from the survey were that there was definitely a strong interest in retaining the charm, the feeling of being at home in your home neighborhood library. So wanting to retain those pieces of Goleta Valley Library that everyone holds dear, keeping those things that are working very well. Our children's collection, our adult collection, having those pieces that are working well. Those needs are still needs today. They'll be needs tomorrow. But also really adapting to current needs. So it was interesting in the responses we received from the community. The reasons for visiting the library, to take Zoom calls, to schedule meetings, to do trainings online, those were all ranked very low. Those were in sort of the lowest category for reasons why people come to the library. The highest reasons were to attend a program, to browse the shelves, to pick up holds, to receive in-person service. But it was very interesting when we looked at the data for the very next question, which asked, what would you like to see in the library? And one of the strongest responses was areas to take virtual calls, to study independently, to bring your laptop and have modern ergonomic seating to sit down and just have focus time. And so that really showed us that there are both. There are those classic elements of pieces of the library our community is asking us to hang on to and just modernize them and update them so that seating is more efficient and ergonomic and comfortable and accessible. But also looking at the service desk area, if that is decreased, that opens up more square footage for things like those pod study rooms where now you can do a telehealth appointment, you can do an interview, you can have a study session, you can receive a number of online services on your personal device, and that's all within the same footprint. And so it's really an exciting moment to see those beloved pieces being retained, and then the just that next wave of library service just right around the corner. So I hope that answers a little bit of your question of what you're looking for.
Yeah, that gets at some. I noticed that you had an outdoor area adjacent to the multipurpose room. Are there any other outdoor areas? I ask in particular because you guys are going to be doing a ton of outdoor, I don't know, activities during your hiatus, your walkabout. And so will you, are you able to incorporate some of that in the new design?
So the areas that we're looking at for programming are mostly interior at the moment. The updates to the community room will make it a little bit more accessible with better lighting, just looking at preserving the comforts of that space where we do our story times. But I'm very excited with regards to the flexibility we're hoping to see in the children's area, where we currently sort of transform the space from a children's side of the library to almost like a miniature theater. We move all the tables and chairs, and we can host a magic show and welcome 250 families. And we're able to do that right now without flexible seating, without mobile bookshelves, without the original oak tables. It takes about 4 staff members to lift and to move. And so being able to have that flexibility to do that fairly easily is something that a lot of modern libraries are seeing. And so we're really focusing on maximizing the interior program space. Although there is exterior program space potentially available just outside the children's patio, which is slated to remain. And then hoping to really carry forward those existing partnerships that we're building during the transition too. It opens the doors for a new model of service even after we reopen at Fairview.
Yeah, very exciting. One last question. This capital campaign, is this going to be by the Friends, or how is that going to work? What's the plan? Or just curious.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan. You'll see more details on our capital campaign next month.
Very exciting.
But in short, we have been in conversations with the Friends. The Friends of the Goleta Valley Library have been extremely generous. They have already obligated $250,000 towards the restrooms. And then they've also committed to providing us a new circulation desk, additional book drop, bike racks, and movable bookshelves in the children's area, as well as computer desks. So they have been extremely generous for the whole project. We'll be coming to you next month for that donation acceptance as well. But this capital campaign will be in collaboration with the Friends, but the Friends right now are in a time of shifting and changing and refocusing what they'll do when we reopen. And so we are in discussions with them in that collaborative process and what that will look like. And but it would be a city-led process.
Oh, we haven't done that before. This will be, right? Yeah, I mean, this will be a maiden
Well, the
effort.
drone show was similar.
True. That's
So we're kind of piggybacking on that idea.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also had a question that was inspired by the presentation, which is it a requirement that the restrooms be labeled as men's and women's, or could they be all-inclusive? Could they be gender-neutral bathrooms? Is there a regulatory requirement or a best practice requirement that they be gendered bathrooms?
The building code kind of pushes it into that you have to do it. And so from the building code perspective, yes. The family restrooms, though, are gender neutral. So there's the 2 larger facilities, the gang restrooms, there's a men's room and a women's room, and then the balance of them, the staff restroom, and the 2 family restrooms are gender neutral.
So that's a city building code, or is that a county code?
California State building.
The California State Code. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So then I guess things that are just kind of on my mind from having visited other libraries and thinking about how great our library is. One of the cool things that came out of a trip to the National League of Cities in San Antonio a few years back was getting to see how they had done an adaptive reuse of a shopping center into a library and community center. And one of the things that I really liked about their library was they had these vending machines, and they were called Connect. And the vending machines allowed you to check out a laptop. And I'm just thinking, not just for students, although sometimes students, depending on the school, they get an iPad checked out to them, but not everyone has that opportunity. And I think being able to just be able to check out a laptop to be able to use wherever you want to sit in the space, I think would be really cool. For the pod idea, I love it, and it reminded me of the pods that they had at the library that I saw in San Antonio. They had these rooms, and they were all glass rooms, modular rooms with glass, and they even had the whiteboards that are glass whiteboards so that you can mark ideas and collaborate and talk, and the seating was very flexible. So that was something that was really cool. It even had a drive-through. That's how cool this library was. It even had a drive-through. It was actually a remodeled strip mall that had taken a restaurant and I think a fitness center, and they turned it into a community center on one side, the library on the other, and then if you went back, it was their local YMCA, and it was just such a cool space. So I'd love to see a pod concept come to life. I would love to see the opportunity to do vending machines for laptops that people could check out. And one of the things I really like about this is there's distinct sections, but it still just kind of flows. Like, I think it's going to be great. When I look at the circulation diagram, I get a lot of hope that the Children's Center could really be an area where everyone could be welcome, but that other areas could be great for kids too. So younger kids too. So just great job. I'm really, as was said earlier, I'm really excited about this. And I'm very, very much looking forward to the concept of the messy outdoor area off of the children's area. I'm very curious what that's going to look like.
Well, I'm super excited, and I know that at the Dam Dinner, a couple of people, volunteers that have worked at the library in the past came up to me and asked, we can't wait for it to open up, we want to help out, and do you think it really will be done in, what is it, June of 2027? Is that the date? That it has to be done.
That's the deadline.
So I said, yeah, it will be. So I know there is excitement out there, and I'm not surprised that you got a lot of response from the community because they love our library. I mean, it's great. I do have a question about the outdoor children's area that's outside. There's not an exit out of there. Can they get in and out? I mean, how's that work?
So this is in part of adding the second exit door.
Yes.
We no longer need those maintenance gates to participate in the egress system. So there will still be a maintenance gate there, but it can be locked, and that they satisfy the requirements so that we could egress back through the library and don't have to go on that path that goes out to a parking lot.
Yeah,
So
I was curious about that, but otherwise all my questions have been asked and answered. So thank you for all the work put into all this. I'm wondering if we have any speakers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've not received any speaker slips. If any attendees on Zoom wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call upon you. Madam Mayor, I'm seeing none.
Okay, so I guess it's time for, you are asking us to, there is a motion needed, correct? Okay. Who would like to
Yes,
make,
Madam Mayor.
who would like to make that motion? Unless there's any more deliberation, anybody wants to say anything else?
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, please do.
I move that we received a presentation on the proposed design for the Goleta Valley Library ADA Safety and Building Improvements Project, CIP number 9130, and authorize staff to advertise a notice inviting construction bids for the Goleta Valley Library ADA Safety and Building Improvements Project, CIP number 9130.
I'll second.
Perfect. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, council members. Please remember to lock in your votes, beginning with Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Caston,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Okay. Yay, there you go. Thank you. Thank you all.
Item D3, consideration of a draft city public art policy and options for future updates to the policy.
Okay, Mr. Valdez.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This last item for the evening is something that's kind of been in the works for quite some time. Been a desire from council for at least the last 4 or 5 years, if my memory serves me correct, about establishing some sort of formal public art policy, and then also, the policy documents, but also the kind of the implementation documents that would go with it. It's been on, work programs in the past if time was available. Really what pressured this or pushed it a little bit further to the top of the priority list was earlier this year, we had the Pride of Place grants that were done as part of an economic development initiative to help out in Old Town. And we did get a number of projects related to public art. So obviously, we wanted to have some sort of a formal procedure, protocols, policy, and all of the above to consider public art in a number of different ways, not just those murals, but also citywide within our parks, public facilities, and other potential areas as well. So Mr. Markham has spent a great deal of time researching other communities, some that are very similar to us in size and kind of amenities or scenarios, if you might think about it that way, and also just other examples that we had from Mr. Rosen from other cities that thought that might be helpful. Our finance director even chimed in. It's amazing you ask a question, how many people will offer some recommendations. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Markham to give his presentation, but I just wanted to set the table a little bit as to how we got here and hopefully what we're trying to accomplish this evening. We do see it as a two-step process. This is something new. It could be maybe a little bit overwhelming at first, but we hope to get some valuable input this evening and then come back to you. Hopefully we've met the mark and come back to you with the final set of recommendations and a final adoption of a policy and then also the other operating documents that would go with it. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Blake Markham, Management Analyst. As Mr. Valdez already said, this is really a touch point on our draft public art policy, and we're bringing it to you today so that you consider the draft and provide some feedback on some key points that we want to touch on with all of you. As Mr. Valdez also said, this was added to the city strategic plan in 2019, and it's been on our work plan on and off in the city manager's office since. To prepare for this item today, we've been conducting some research on city art programs, taking a look at common themes or key aspects of each of them so that we could kind of figure out what aspects we need to hit on for our own policy. In general, I'll hit on a few of these. Public art policies are meant to articulate a city's vision for public art in their city. They also institute approval procedures and guidelines for public art installations, establish a process for accepting loans or donations of public art for display in city facilities, They also establish the approval body for public art projects. As an aside, some cities choose to have that process go through staff. Others establish a separate art commission, while others will just use their existing commissions, and that's often a Parks and Recreation Commission or an Architectural Review Board, or in our case, Design Review Board. They also create funding sources for public art programs through a % for art fee, or as a percentage of their CIP budgets, or they may pursue other funding sources such as grants, bequests, and endowments. And finally, and this is just a very general thing, they encourage public engagement in the public art process. So that's something that we wanted to be mindful of as we created the entire package before you today. Now, just as some inspiration for what public art policies can create, I wanted to include some examples from some of the cities that we looked at. So up on the screen, we have some murals from the cities of Concord, Santa Maria, Santa Clarita, and Los Angeles. We may also see sculpture or tile work. Here we have some fun items from the city of Claremont. There is a tile mosaic there in the center from the city of Pasadena. And then a really fun one, this is the diversity sculpture, which is at Arroyo Grande High School. And that sculpture was created as a collaboration between a local artist and then students at the high school. So again, hitting on that public input aspect. Another common project that lots of cities like to pursue are decorating their utility boxes. Yes. So there's plenty of examples of this, and it's one that generally is very community oriented and gets a lot of input from the community. So we see ones from City of San Luis Obispo, Costa Mesa, Santa Clara, Novato, and the City of Duarte up there. And I just wanted to include these to show, you know, there's a lot of different ways that public art can be applied. Everybody chooses to apply it in different ways, and styles can run the gamut from, you know, very avant-garde to very, you know, just representational of things that are in the community. But they're all supposed to speak to elements of the community spirit that they are representing, and kind of highlight those things. Another fun one that I didn't include in this is painted crosswalks. I've seen examples of that in Los Angeles and in the city of Lompoc, actually. Now, the proposed policy that is in draft form before you tonight is meant to accomplish many of the goals that we already touched on as key aspects of city art policies. It establishes the public art program, articulates the vision for what art looks like in our city, and also institutes procedures for getting public art projects approved. As it is drafted, the staff is recommending that the Design Review Board be used as our advisory body for public art projects, and we'll get into that in just a second. It also is meant to build upon the process for accepting loans or donations of public art for display in the Goleta Community Center that's already in place, and apply that to other city facilities such as City Hall itself. Mm-hmm. And then it also provides recommended guidelines for art installations in private development, specifically murals. There's a lot of considerations that go into that, whether it's materials or lighting or protections so that you have anti-graffiti coatings. So we wanted to include those for folks. This is a very short presentation for you tonight, and we want to get straight to the items that we are bringing for consideration. Now, first is funding sources. As proposed, we don't have any funding element in this draft policy, mainly because it's not part of our budget right now. However, there are several different options that we could pursue, and we would vet those out with finance staff. But to touch upon a couple of those, first is a % for art fee. So that's explained in the staff report, but that's a fee placed on certain large development projects that's based upon a set percentage of the total cost of the project, and a percentage of that would then go towards funding public art as part of a public art fund. Council could also consider setting aside a percentage of the CIP budget. Often cities will choose to set aside a percentage of the CIP projects, about 1% of the project total, for projects that are found to be compatible with including public art. So for example, if you had an overpass or something like that going in, maybe a good place to put on tile work or a mural or something like that. And so those identified projects could then be set to include a percentage of the project for public art. And then we could also just pursue other funding options such as grants, bequests, or other sources of funding. The next item that we really wanted to touch upon with council is the consideration of a fee waiver for public art projects. So as I mentioned, the Design Review Board is proposed to be the advisory body on public art projects. The council could choose to waive fees associated with DRB review of art projects, and that could be for those only on public spaces or those on private developments. And just so for your information, the current DRB hearing fee for a conceptual review is $1,791. So, yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Sorry about that. And then finally, we wanted to touch base on which advisory body is best fit for talking about public art. As it's written, staff is recommending that we use the Design Review Board. We felt that there was subject matter overlap because they weigh in on design, aesthetic review, and things of that nature. So a conceptual review for the Design Review Board on public art projects could fit. Also, as proposed, the policy has the administration of these projects going to the Planning and Environmental Review Department, and they've already have an established process for bringing projects to the Design Review Board, so it felt like a good fit in that regard. Alternatively, we could consider having the Parks and Recreation Commission review these projects. Some cities do that, seeing public art as an amenity for the community, and so they just try and get weighing in on there. But there seems to be a little bit of a lack of subject matter overlap for design review or aesthetic review. And then finally, the other alternative could be establishing a public art commission that's separate from all of our other commissions, but I'm sure council understands that that does represent a large cost in terms of going about that, establishing it, recruiting, and supporting.
I would also add, right now, we've had, I think, maybe one or two murals, public murals go up. How often we would get that would be still unknown at this point, and maybe by having a policy that's easy to follow and easy to participate in, maybe that ups the number. But it would also seem very strange to start off with an art commission if you only got one every 5 years or so. Not to say that we wouldn't get more, but it would be, might be a stretch to start off with that to begin with.
So with that, we've basically reached the end of my presentation, and we wanted to turn it over to council to provide feedback on the policy, these focus areas, and any other considerations that came up when you were reviewing.
Thank you. I'm excited about finally putting it together. I think there's been in the past a couple opportunities that we may have missed because we didn't have a policy in place. So, I love the idea of the over the utility. I mean, I've always I have a whole series of pictures from everywhere I went that have them, and they're just so unique. So so this is exciting. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan.
Yeah, thank you. First, of course, first of all, welcome to your new role and your new presentation. Do you feel tempted to say, let's go to public comment? And, there's no callers on the line. Anyway, well done. That's good. Microphone. Oh, thanks. Oh, too bad.
He was at a meeting with me today in his new role.
Yeah. So first, a couple of things. So, it's important to divide, as you did in the report, between the public and private spaces, that they're very different. And public spaces, as you mentioned, there's the utility boxes, but we don't have a whole lot of wall space, that it's really limited. And it strikes me that one of the things that it'll come up, that potentially will come up, are things like street sculptures or something like that. I was in Custer, South Dakota, not long ago, and they had bison throughout the city, painted bison all around. And there's a famous thing, Cows on Parade, where different artists will paint cows in different ways, and they're stationed all throughout cities, and then I believe they auction them off afterwards. Or State Street has the pianos. So that's among our best, I think, most fertile opportunities. For the public spaces, it strikes me that one opportunity or one way to think about maybe it could work is through an RFP kind of thing, a competitive process in which you guys spell out, here's what we're soliciting from the public. And in that way, for instance, let's say it's utility boxes. You could say we want them to be flowers or we want it landscapes, but you could get more of a homogeneous or more thematic presentation from the different people. Or if it's the equivalent, in our case, Monarchs on Parade or something, then we could specify what sort of things we were looking for. So I think I would suggest thinking about what a competitive process would be for the public spaces, and that way, because to go to the Deputy City Manager, it's a long title, Valdez's point, that we're not, we haven't gotten much in the past. And so, maybe by doing an RFP and then soliciting and encouraging, we can get something else coming in. For private spaces, I think the main thing is going to be making sure that we can distinguish between what's commercial and what is, and any kind of, things that we think are of questionable taste. But the commercial one comes up especially when I thought of the review process. So I could see us subsidizing, let's say it's DRB, subsidizing the review process for art, both for public and private. But if it's private, we want to subsidize it. We don't want to subsidize a giant McDonald's logo or something like that, and they say it's art. So it couldn't have, I wouldn't want it to have commercial value or something like that. Anyway, to go to your other points, the one other point also, and I think I shared this with you guys, is that for private spaces, even though we don't have a lot of walls, one thing they do have are rooftops. And I remember as a youth going down into lower Manhattan, and there was a place, the Lone Star Cafe, it was in the West Village or something, and they had a giant iguana on the roof, huge. And they had concerts there, And, but you really stood out, and it was a way, but anyway, it's an option that some of these, that, you know, we can think about, or they can think about. Anyway, to go to your questions, I would think as far as percent for art, I don't think we're ready yet to dedicate money, you know, have a cutout of CIP or a new tax. I think at this stage, soliciting grants from the county and other sources would make sense. And maybe at some point in the future, as we go ahead and as this gets developed, we can look at the, you know, some sort of fee, but it would be preliminary, premature at this point. I'm fine with the DRB. That sounds reasonable. Although if you have a competitive process, it might be that there's a committee involved, like economic development or something like that, who's already gotten, you know, some sorts of applications through the Pride of Place. So it could be that that's, especially for if there's a program like that, a competitive program, they could make sense to do that. Is that it? Percent for art, DRB, who's doing it, and public and private. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you, but I enjoyed it. It was it's really long. I'm glad to see it, and good job.
You thought it through here. You really thought it
I think to a couple of your points, Mayor Pro Tem, the idea of the fee and all that, and there was just to give a sense of the ideas that are out there. We understand that this would be a kind of maybe a baby step first, and then kind of see where we go from there. Yeah. The other part of it, and if you notice the way the policy document's written, it's really focused on, you know, definitions and process, and less about what idea or what actual art outcome comes out of it. So we try to run it or write it. Well, Blake did. He wrote it in a way that would be transparent, kind of objective, and so it wouldn't lend itself to kind of like, well, you know, it depends how you say it, and then this way it's defined. We also wanted to be clear and careful with intellectual freedom and censorship. So there's a section that's been reviewed by the city attorney's office to make sure, you know, we're compliant with the First Amendment. So we want to keep it safe, fun, but also, you know, something above board and something that is fair. So it doesn't create this sense of like, well, why was this selected?
I just to respond, one is if you do a fee waiver for DRB, you're less, I would think, you're less obligated to give someone a fee waiver. It's one thing to say you have free speech and they can do whatever they want, but we don't have to fund something. So I would think we have more discretion on that regard if we're doing something like that. Something else.
To follow up on the commercial aspect that you brought up, any sort of commercial copy would be most likely covered under the sign ordinance that the city has, and so those things would not be considered public art per se. They would be, you know, a commercial sign that somebody painted or something like that. So they would be subject to those guidelines and regulations that dictate signs.
Thank you.
I have a quick question while we're talking about sponsorships, or, you know, there was a situation where Audubon was going to do a mural, and they had talked to, I think, possibly the owner of the building. They had a site and they had the artist that was willing to do it, but they wanted to put their name onto it, and for some reason that wasn't going to be allowed. But what if somebody brought this idea up to me several months ago about having art, but and I don't know how you would do it exactly, but you know how you have where you can use your phone to take, what is it called? You take a yeah, and you get information about the artist, you know, so it's not advertising anything, but it's just getting information. So, and it could be a series, I mean, looking forward down the road, a series of places you could go and it's like,
And that's a common practice to have
didn't know that.
something to like give you context.
oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
It's
But-
different that if it's like send you to the commercial site
Okay,
and you
so
buy,
that's
you
not-
know,
okay,
things
all
like
right.
that.
I'm
but
sorry, I just
information.
jumped in there,
Yeah,
but-
but it's helpful.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. This is another one that's really exciting. So just a couple of comments. I think I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan about on the funding piece. I think we build to that. And I think there could be some neat opportunities for grants or partnerships with some existing groups who might be interested in kind of being pilots or like the first folks to go through this process. On the advisory body, I go back and forth. I think there's pros and some drawbacks to both either DRB or the Parks and Rec Commission. I think art is very subjective and very different for me than like the design of a building or lighting or landscaping. There are some elements of overlap. I see that. So I think it could fit there. I think I would lean towards the Parks Commission for a few reasons. I think I do think of what we're talking about with public art as a little bit more like an amenity. And they have weighed in on design of parks, and so I think there's some overlap there a little bit. I also think with DRB being in the council role where we're, for example, interviewing potential folks for that, we often look for like technical expertise in particular areas, and I think there might even be some seats that are dedicated for that. Whereas on parks, I think, of course, we look at, does this person have experience in recreation but I think there's a little bit more of an opportunity with that body to just have diverse perspectives that can give diverse opinions about parks and open space. Having said that, I think whatever body it ends up with, I think that there should be a process to kind of orient that body to what their role is if there is a project that comes to them, whether that's like a workshop or some like education for that group about what this is, what their role is, what they should consider. And then also looking at if there's a need to update whatever charter or ordinance establishes that group so that when people apply, that's something that they should speak to or we should have a question about it when we interview folks for those two bodies. That's my input. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, I have a question, and then I'll weigh in further. To that question of the utility boxes, just because I know we have so many, how much are we in control of those, or how much do we have to partner with our utility partners?
So I don't have that answer tonight, but my thought is, for the most part, Edison, as long as it's not interfering with the operations and access, I think they'd be pretty open to it because a lot of communities tend to do it throughout the state. That would be my initial answer, but we would confirm that for sure.
Okay. I think that'd be worth just getting some more information about, just because I always think about the entrance right at El Encanto Heights at the gas station. That box there is just, it's right in the middle of the sign, like it blocks the sign, and it's just really stands out. But I actually agree. I agree with Councilmember Luz Reyes-Martin. I share some of the concern about. I can see the pros and cons of each option. I have tremendous respect for the skills and expertise of the Design Review Board, and particularly as a former planning commissioner, I am not a design person. I'm not a landscape architect. They have tremendous expertise, but it's almost hard to articulate. But the type of person who joins a Parks and Recreation Commission, there's sort of a whimsy, and it's just it's a different lens. And we know some of our DRB members are not City of Goleta residents. And it's just sort of a different group. So and then thinking, and that goes to kind of the fee waiver question too, of sort of knowing the nature of how they review things and kind of the heavy lifting, frankly, that they do. I wouldn't want that to be a deterrent to this process. So I could go either way, but I was actually leaning more towards maybe this should be with Parks and Rec. But I'm open to further discussion there. I think as a practical matter, I was just on my own sort of peeking at City of Lompoc because they have incredible murals. But I was also reading how each mural costs anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000. So I just get the general sense that sort of without funding, I don't know that much in the short term will change. That said, as we all know, we're facing some difficult, budget discussions and challenges. So I'm open. Because I think funding to make meaningful changes moving forward would have to be a part of the discussion. But I think we need to tread carefully there and cautiously. And then I guess in terms of thinking about process and procedures, to the extent that either maybe in the short term, we're thinking more about city, controlled city-owned areas or things like utility boxes or right-of-ways. I agree that, I don't know that the public would necessarily act unless we put out a call or we put out, because I think the public will sort of presume it's not within their control or purview. Well, they certainly, yes. But I think that would be an important, just to think about how that gets implemented moving forward. So those are just some of my preliminary thoughts. I welcome feedback.
Yeah, and I would just offer up, at least to start, and Mr. Markham can jump in as well, but it's almost one of those things, if you don't have a process, then people may not feel comfortable approaching the city with an idea, rather than having the idea, no process, and then us saying, well, we don't know what to do, and we could try this, try that. This at least tries to form some sort of a cogent process for someone to evaluate and think of, and maybe there's a nonprofit group that focuses on murals, like the example you gave on Lompoc. That nonprofit's been around since I think like the early 80s. Mm-hmm. And so it's been growing over time. So it didn't just start, with, murals all over the place. And that's something that could happen organically in Goleta, or some version of that. So I think from that perspective, it's certainly possible, and there could be other avenues for it. To your point about the funding, that's why we thought DRB would make the most sense. It already has infrastructure. It has, a fee set and other things, but, could easily be looked at through a different lens through Parks and Rec. I understand what you're saying about, kind of a different setup there. I wasn't quite sure what you meant by heavy lifting when you made that comment. Was that for DRB? Was that for staff? Or was that for the applicant?
I think I was thinking more about the applicant. I don't know. I was just thinking if I was a member of the general public, like the concept of sort of like going before the design review board and like thinking about the fees and the processing. And that cuts different ways, because maybe that's enforcing sort of a high threshold that we want for our public art policy. But I do think that it just at a high level sends a different message than, that this would be reviewed before something like a Parks and Rec commission.
To build on a couple of comments that have come out, the process as envisioned is supposed to consider the city going out and having a competitive bidding or some type of process where we say, hey, we're considering doing this type of project, and here's the process that's in place. That being said, without funding for those types of projects, that may be difficult. However, as Mr. Valdez brought up earlier, this was brought to the forefront because of our Pride of Place grants. Some of those got city funding for murals, and so we wanted to make sure that there's a process in place for that avenue as well. So following the same route.
And this evening could be a time to chew on it, so when we come back at a future date, maybe we leave the advisory body blank and that gets filled in there. This was just a first attempt to kind of set something up, a
Kyriakou,
framework.
did you have more to say? No, I haven't said anything. Oh, I didn't think so. So, would you just, would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, I would. I think I actually kind of disagree with everybody.
I know, I kind of do too.
So,
no.
I guess here's the question I'd ask us to chew on, since we were asked to maybe chew on things. Which of our commissions, if we didn't have a historic landmarks commission, would we want to figure out makes the most sense for history? Which of our commissions would we want to figure out is the best to do public engagement if we didn't have the public engagement commission? I'm probably in favor of kind of doing this as a two-step, and the second step would be having our own specific committee. But I guess what I would say is if we're actually serious about this, we have to at least be willing to figure out where a little bit of seed money could come from, and then actually work with people that are experts in subject matter, experts in this field. And what I come back to is, you have the city of Santa Barbara and the county of Santa Barbara, and they partner with the Office of Arts and Culture. And I would think if we talk to the county Arts Commission folks and engage with them and said, hey, how much would it take for you to start a program for us that would be a public art program for things like utility boxes and other things, they could come back to us with like something resembling a quote. And then we could decide, does that make sense for us, or is that too premature? I'm guessing it wouldn't be a gigantic amount of money, but I'm not an expert. But I've also seen their budget. They don't have a gigantic budget. So they're already doing a lot with not a lot, is my point. I'm also really excited about doing something like this. I think that Goleta has certain uniquenesses to it that I think would be really congruent with a public art project. I think about Old Town and kind of the classic car and roadster and racing history of Old Town, but then other parts of town, you could do things with the depot and you could do things with like Los Carneros. Like, I think we could really commission a really cool public art project if we put our minds to it and put some dollars behind it. And I guess the other thing that I would say is Goleta is art poor. And what I mean by that is we don't have a bunch of galleries like downtown Santa Barbara. We have some museums, but they're not really art museums. They're history museums. They're train museums. They are old historic house museums. And those types of museums are important, and they even exhibit art in them from time to time. There's a room in the History Education Center at Stowe House that will sometimes have like a little gallery or something in it. But we don't really have a place where people can go in Goleta and experience art in its truest form. And so I think what I'm really excited about is this is our chance to kind of start putting some art out there for people, and then maybe we become more of an art destination and place over time. So I'm really excited about this. My preference would be at least do a touch base with the arts, the Office of Arts and Culture, with the county, see what they come back with, to do kind of a bare bones pilot project for us to administer a program. What would it take? What would it cost? That wouldn't be a lot of maintenance of effort on us because it would be our county, county/city partners. And we can decide if we want to fund it or not. And so I guess what I would say is keep it blank, but let's have that conversation. And then we can also consider some of the other ideas. But I just don't necessarily want to ask DRB people to become arts people. I don't necessarily want to ask Parks and Recreation people to become arts people. I get the inclinations, maybe based on the roster, or maybe based on their missions. But to me, I would rather do it right the first time, even if it becomes a two-step, than kind of start off with, you know, kind of an off start, and then maybe it doesn't go anywhere because it was a bad experience. You know, I'm imagining like some young artists coming in wanting to do some really cool, innovative things, and then if they have a bad experience with whoever they interact with, because that's not their subject matter that they know, maybe they don't follow through, and maybe it just kind of dies. So those are just kind of my thoughts.
Well, I'm going to jump in right now. So I'm kind of going in the direction that you've been going. I hadn't thought of arts and lecture, but that's brilliant. I like that idea, getting in touch with them. You know, art is in the eye of the beholder. You know, we all like different art. So to put it in just one committee, such as DRB, who are really focused on size, bulk, and scale, you know, and a lot of regulations and a lot of, you know, boundaries and rules and what they can and can't approve and what they are part of approving. So I like Parks and Rec, but their focus is on recreation. They're not. Yeah. But then there are a group. There is a group. I was initially just thinking of the Historical Preservation Committee. If we wanted to take a look at having not a theme, but a general idea of what kind of art do we want? Do we want to focus on Goleta's history? Do we want to focus on our natural beauty? Do we want to focus on our environment? You know, then that might be a good committee to have it on. But even public engagement, all the things that are important to us that we care about and our community cares about. We know what they care about, and we hear it every day. So I'm thinking that it needs to be a little bit more structured, but maybe we'll get there. But funding, you know, we're going to have some seed money. We just will. Where it'll come from, we don't know yet, but we'll put Kelly on it. Kelly's good at getting money. I'm just kidding, Kelly, if you're watching. Just kidding. Sorry. It's getting late, and I'm just getting kind of silly. But I'm excited. I'm really excited about this possibility. And art it brings beauty and to a city. It's bright and it's colorful and it's so, you know, what I hadn't thought about splitting it up between commissions. You know, the Design Review Board, they have a fantastic roster, and I think that they have a group that could probably do, but like rosters change. I mean, that's just not in their scope. Anyway. I think that's all I have. Mayor Pro Tem Katzen?
Yeah, so first, I mean, partly it'll depend. Different projects will cost different amounts of money, so getting some sort of estimates. I mean, for instance, if we had an overall vision for, let's say, utility boxes, each utility box is not going to cost that much money. You know, we could have your utility box, the El Encanto, and you know, start, you know, it's a couple $100 or something like that, I would think. But in other words, it's important to recognize we don't need to start with some big budget. It depends on the projects we have in mind. But that was the main thing as far as what sort of seed money. But the other thing, two other observations. One is that both of you guys mentioned a committee that might do this would be public engagement. I mean, if we want a diversity of views, if we want different, you know, an existing committee, I think unlike, for instance, Parks and Rec, when I think of it, you know, when we've chosen before, it's environmental expertise and things like that, as well as recreation, but there isn't any kind of, other than that, that's the focus for me. It could be Parks and Rec, or excuse me, it could be public engagement. I think they could do as good a job as anyone else. Having said that, to go to Councilmember Kiriako's point, if we're not seeing this thing happening more than once a year or something like that, we could just have an ad hoc committee and just recruit for a particular thing like we did with grants committee in the past, and just get high school students and, you know, people. There are people, UCSB, there are people we can get to populate a committee. If we're only doing it once a year, we don't need to have a standing committee to do it. It's just bring on people for that competition or whatever it is. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, I was just thinking, processing your comments and thinking, if I recall correctly, public engagement also has evening meetings. So I think I would tend to see that as an advantage overall in terms of public participation over the design review board schedule. And I guess I was a little unclear, Councilmember Kiriako, about, were you envisioning in terms of thinking about, I guess sort of like not, I guess I was like a little bit confused about what you were proposing. Was this something sort of in addition to having the city having its own process, sort of, or as a substitute for us having our own process?
I think initially a substitute for having our own, because you would be working with an agency of professionals that are subject matter experts and also an appointed commission of the public that would be kind of with our input, and like, you know, we would give them scope, like we want it to have the, you know, we want it to celebrate, you know, what these things are that we think are Goleta, and then they would, as subject matter experts, kind of help make that happen, but they would also kind of quote us, like, this is how much it would cost for us to do this for you. And then we could say yes or no. That was my thought. I also just want to say, I don't know how I would feel about this being a council ad hoc committee. I like the idea of an ad hoc element to it where there's members of the public involved. I just don't know if I want council members making the decision on, like, yeah, that's art, I like that art, I don't like that art. I just don't know if I want to put us in that position.
I didn't, when I said grants committee, I didn't have that in mind.
I'm not,
I just
and
meant
I'm
ad
not
hoc.
making, like, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm kind of articulating what I would see. Yeah. Sorry if I misunderstood.
No, that's fine. I just wanted.
You know, I want to get back to the utility boxes, because I have a thing about them too. And I was in Sacramento on it years ago, and I took a lot of pictures of the utility boxes. I hope I still have them. It was a while ago. And a woman came up to me when I was taking the pictures, and she said, "What, do you enjoy looking at those?" And I said, "Yeah." And she was actually part of a group that was commissioned or paid for by the city, and they were just, they weren't actually, they changed them up all the time because they just slipped on. It wasn't actually painted on. They were like something that just slipped on the utility boxes, and then they changed it around. And it wasn't that expensive. I mean, that was years ago. So, but I was very impressed, because those boxes are so ugly. You know, I'm sorry, they are. So that would just really add something.
I'll also just add that, like, if we're talking about utility boxes, like, there's more than one way to do art out of a utility box. Like, one is to paint the utility box. The other is to do what's called like a box art wrap, and there's different communities that do that. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that part.
I didn't call it a wrap, but
Oh,
I just
you were
kind of
describing it. Okay, my
slipped on,
apologies.
you know, yeah.
There's just different ways at different price
Yeah.
points, and you know, the wraps are, I think, portable, so you can move them around town.
Yep.
So I think we heard a couple of comments. We want to make sure we capture those
Ready.
before we adjourn. So we can certainly talk to the Santa Barbara Arts Council or Commission Council. We'll make sure that the title is correct. Okay, we'll do that. We'll also talk to Edison about, you know, the permission and what would be involved. That seems to be probably a little less, you know, taxing. And then we'll, you know, make note of all the different suggestions of possible ways to try to do it, including the one brought forward by Councilmember Kiriako. and then the other ones that were mentioned by the individual council members. So we'll make sure we recap that. One thing we wanted to also make sure is clear, the policy does have a kind of a safety rail for we don't have to accept everything. I mean, sometimes it's hard to tell people no. So there could be maintenance issues, there could be safety issues. So we wanted to make sure that that was clear in there from a risk management and also from an inventorying and insurance and liability. So if I'm missing anything else, Mr. Markham, let me know, but we'll make note of all the comments this evening.
I think we've captured all of the feedback. Thank you all. Public comment.
Oh, sorry.
Yikes. Public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any speaker slips, and if any attendees on the Zoom webinar wish to speak, please raise your hand now. And Madam Mayor, I'm seeing one hand raised.
Oh, good.
Robert Zaida, if you could please accept the prompts and kindly remember to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My only input on this is I would stay away from doing anything in the sidewalks. Let's keep our streets as safe as we can and keep the art on the sides and not on the walkways and crosswalks and all that. I just would, and plus that, and then the maintenance of them. You always have people either skidding to a stop or burning out or whatever. And, you know, I'd hate to have an artist's art ruined. And that's what's going to happen over the years of it being run over anyways. Just take a look at your green paint on your walkway or bicycle pathways that mark your bike paths. They fade off and all that. So I would stay away from crosswalks as far as art, but everything else sounds good. I'd stay away from the design board also as far as this policy or any making of that. Just let them stick to their buildings and whatnot, and let's get somebody with a creative artistic mind going with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I'm seeing no further public comment.
Thank you. Do you feel like you have what you need from us?
Yes, I think we have direction to move forward and
you.
next steps. Yeah, we'll be bringing something back, a revised draft of the policy, a resolution for adoption, and any other necessary ordinances, resolutions that may accompany it, depending on, you know, where this lands for reviewing bodies and whatnot. Sounds like we're supposed to leave now.
Okay. Yeah. Uh-oh. There that is. Huh. Okay, so we have committee reports or council comments.
Oh, I wanted to note the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Standing Committee meeting met, and one thing I did want to note that might be of interest to folks watching is we had a really good discussion about e-bikes, and I really appreciated the comments from Lieutenant Vasquez and staff and our discussion, and Mayor Perotti and I requested that we continue that conversation to address kind of the emerging or rising concerns around e-bikes. So we expect to share more about that in the future.
And we had the, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Smith, go ahead. We had the Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan and myself, we are on the Homelessness Committee. And we'll be looking at bringing back at some point an ordinance. Did it say that it was going to go to the ordinance committee first, or come? No, that's what. Okay, it'd be coming back to us on safe parking, so we might consider changing some wording. So that'll be. Stay tuned. Any other, Councilor Smith?
Oh, I had a question about the Human Services Committee action on the immigration items.
That was a while ago now. And I think the city did a press release on it, but please correct my math off the top of my head is off. But we recommended funding 805 on DocuFund for $45,000, Immigrant Legal Defense Center for $45,000, and LEAP for $15,000. 10. Thank you.
Oh, good. Good choices.
I guess to follow up on that, I didn't know if we expect to have staff returning to the full council or returning to the commission in terms of any ongoing discussions in this area?
We did ask that there be a follow, I think staff was working on a follow-up meeting with other kind of local agencies and organizations to get feedback on just how they're being impacted. And I think that's planned for in a few weeks or months. So that may be a next touch point for the committee to hear some feedback, and then there might be something that comes out of that comes back to council. But I think Mr. Nisbet also has comments.
No, I agree. That was something that came out of the council meeting, and then the committee discussed it, and they, what's that?
There was 8 organizations identified at that meeting.
So I think there was, 8 organizations, and we said that the next meeting of the Human Services Committee, we would invite 8 to 10 organizations and have more of a, maybe like a round table in this room and the committee would lead that discussion. But I also think, to Councilmember Smith's point, we obviously, this all happened pretty quickly. And normally when we give out grants, there is kind of a feedback on a report or how the money was spent. And again, this moved really quickly. We were adapting. But it does seem to make sense that we stay in touch with the 3 entities, and that at some point, as they start to draw down the funds, and I think the contracts will probably even say this, that we come back to council and give a report on how the $45,000 was used. Did they get a new attorney? And so I think that would be appropriate to close that loop once the money is spent.
Good idea.
The emphasis, and 2 of them, was really legal support, legal defense.
Yeah, I just think this is, just in terms of my feedback to the commission, is I think this is going to be an ongoing issue and concern. And I know we, as a full council, also there were some questions that we had in terms of the sheriff's role in law enforcement, so that were sort of percolating about, cameras and so that, I don't know if those questions were discussed in committee. So I guess I would say that I would welcome considering this being agendized at full council in the future, because I think to check in, I think it's important.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I just want to make a quick announcement that tomorrow school starts. And there's going to be a lot of kids walking, hopefully.
Tired kids.
Biking, but more cars than usual, because typically, I don't know if they still do, typically parents will drive their kids the first couple days to school, and then if they're going to walk or ride their bike, but the first day. So just be careful is what I'm saying. There's going to be a lot of activity around our schools, so be careful.
I got a message from the Audubon Society saying September 6th is International Vulture Day. I'm sure everyone's pleased to hear that, and they will be tabling at the zoo.
Okay, thank you for that announcement. Mr. Rosen, do you have anything to report? No? Okay. Well, then, meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
I wonder if they'll have carry-on if you go.